Good morning. It is 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Another warm day in store for us, according to Channel 4's Stefano DiPietro.
Temperatures are sitting in the 50s and 60s this morning. It's a pretty cool start. This afternoon, we get back into the 80s again.
Yeah, and some of us may even get close to 90 again. We'll have more on this coming up. U.S. military leaders from across the globe are gathered in the D.C. area to meet with President Trump and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth today.
A rare meeting of military brass gets underway today at Quantico Marine Corps Base in Virginia. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and President Trump will address hundreds of U.S. generals and admirals summoned from around the world. Now, sources say Hegseth will discuss the importance of the warrior ethos. Officers have not been told what this meeting is about, and the mystery is fueling concern and speculation.
ABC's Morgan Norwood. Metro Nashville police are investigating a shootout that injured a 19-year-old man on a basketball court at Madison Park over the weekend. Channel 4 spoke to a man who showed up there today for some hoops, but he didn't like what he was seeing.
So when I came out here this morning, Monday morning, I see the blood on the court. And it's roped off here. First thing I thought to myself, oh, this is not good. So I immediately went on the inside.
Police believe that the 19-year-old exchanged gunfire with two other people on Sunday night. The victim was transported to Vanderbilt University Medical Center for treatment. Officers recovered a pistol at the scene. No arrest confirmed so far. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com.
Major market indexes started the week with modest gains at Monday's close. The Dow was up 69 points at the end of the day. The S&P gained 18, and the Nasdaq rose 107 points. Tech stocks reclaimed some of last week's losses that came after a record-setting run earlier this month. Shares rose for Electronic Arts, the maker of Madden NFL and The Sims video games, on news that the company is being acquired by a group of private equity firms that include Saudi Arabia's sovereign wealth fund and Affinity Partners. The $55 billion deal could become the largest ever private equity firm buyout. OpenAI announcing new parental controls for ChatGPT aimed at making the chatbot safer for teens. The move comes after several cases where teens took their lives after using ChatGPT. The new controls will notify parents if their child might be in distress. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Stock futures down this morning. We've got Dow futures losing 114, NASDAQ futures minus 49. S&P futures are down 14 points. That's the latest news. Traffic is next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Yeah, looking good so far this morning. No delays to speak of on 24 so far. If you're coming in on 65 heading from the north this morning, that looks like it may be a little slow, but really not terrible this morning. No volume delays so far on 65 heading north or on 40. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.505 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well. Senator Bill Hagerty is going to be joining us coming up at 7:05 here on Nashville's Morning News. We'll do a deep dive into what is going on with Israel and Hamas, and have we finally found some sort of a solution? If Donald Trump has managed to pull this off. And Joan, I love the tact that the president is taking, which is basically, all right, Hamas, this is the deal. You better take this, or Israel's going to do what Israel's going to do.
Yeah,
I do.
absolutely.
I love that tact.
Yeah.
Because it's like we've been jerking around with this thing for how long now? I mean, obviously, it's been decades. But, really since Donald Trump got back into office, it's been like 8 months. Now, here's my question. And I've got some audio and all this kind of stuff. But, all right, so let's just say they come to some sort of an agreement. How do we know that Hamas is actually going to fulfill the agreement of giving up arms and destroying the tunnels and doing all of the things that Donald Trump is asking Hamas to do? Because clearly you can't trust Hamas, but Hamas is in a tough situation because Iran, of course, they've been decimated. So Hamas has sort of been, somewhat left rudderless in this whole thing. And let's be honest, Israel has been kicking the living crap out of Gaza. So I don't know if Hamas feels like they have much of a choice here, but they are saying that we'll take a look at this. Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump had a big press conference yesterday. This is part of it. This is President Trump talking about what he believes will be the end to the war between Hamas and Israel.
Hamas's proposal calls for the release of all remaining hostages immediately, but in no case more than 72 hours. So the hostages are coming back.
Yeah, obviously that is a great thing, hostages coming home. He went on to say, President Trump going on to say that he also wants the bodies of those hostages killed by Hamas. He wants them brought home as well. I think there's still about 20 or so hostages that are still being held. And I think that, can I just say that, and this is what really angers me, there's no genocide that is going on in Gaza. That's number one. Number two, Hamas could end this today if they gave back the hostages.
48 men and women.
48. Thank you. 48 men and women. Do we know how many Americans, if any? There must be at least one or two Americans that are still being held. Maybe not. But we've got 48 men and women that are being held. And Hamas could end this today if they gave back the hostages and put down their arms and came to a true negotiation, a sincere negotiation. By the way, Donald Trump also mentioning that Middle Eastern countries are all in on trying to get this deal done. You know what it is? It's like a lot of the groundwork has already been done with a lot of these other nations. You've got Egypt, Jordan, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Turkey, Indonesia, and Pakistan, all hailing the agreement's sincere efforts in the wake of their own talks with Donald Trump last week. They say the reaction was global and swift. 8 key Arab and Muslim nations, I just mentioned them, are excited about this. Washington's European allies promptly voicing support as well, with the leaders of France, UK, Germany, and Italy sharing strong expressions of support for the plan as well. And European Union chief Antonio Costa urging all parties to, quote, seize this moment and give peace a genuine chance. Here's more from Donald Trump.
And it means the immediate end to the war itself, not just Gaza. It's the war itself. Under the plan, Arab and Muslim countries have committed, and in writing in many cases, but I actually would take their word for it. The people I mentioned, I'd take their word for it, to demilitarize Gaza, and that's quickly. Decommission the military capabilities of Hamas and all other terror organizations. Do that immediately. And we're relying on the countries that I named and others to deal with Hamas. Mm-hmm. And I'm hearing that Hamas wants to get this done too.
Well, again, Hamas is, I believe, and maybe people might disagree with me, but I think that Hamas is, I don't think they're doing well. I think that they, here's the other thing to think about. I believe that if Israel really wanted to, they could destroy Hamas like that if they didn't care about the collateral damage. But Israel has been trying to keep these civilian casualties to a minimum. Say the haters that are listeners, the hate listeners. No, that's true. There's a reason why Israel drops those leaflets to tell people we're coming in. And by the way, remember that when Israel drops those leaflets onto the people there in Gaza, telling them that this is where we're going to come next, so you might want to go someplace else, they're also essentially notifying Hamas. So if Israel really wanted to, they could go in with an I don't give a crap attitude and not care how many innocent people were killed. They really could. But they are trying to help keep the civilian casualties to a minimum. And part of me, I thought this was interesting. And maybe I'll ask, we have an expert from the Heritage Foundation coming up at 6:05. But part of me is like, okay, so I'm thinking of all the wars that have been fought across the world, across all time. When has there ever been a war where the war was actively happening and one side had to make sure that their enemy, the people within that country or whatever, that land, is fed and treated nicely? Somebody tell me where that has ever happened in war. And maybe it has happened. But I would say that in this particular case, it is not the job, in my opinion, maybe you'll disagree with me, is it really Israel's job to make sure that the people of Gaza are fed? And by the way, Israel is trying to keep them fed, but what is Hamas doing? Hamas is taking the food and swiping the food and basically selling it to the highest bidder within Hamas, within Gaza.
And they certainly didn't have to. And if people don't know this, 2008, they performed life-saving brain surgery on Yahya Sinwar, the Hamas leader in Gaza, when he was an Israeli prisoner, and then they returned him safely home.
There you go. Didn't know that. Thank you, Sam.
Yeah, they've been playing nice for years. And to your point, they could absolutely turn what's left into a parking lot and build a strip mall. If they really wanted to, they could. And, if they wanted to decimate the earth itself, they've got the nuclear capabilities.
Of course. That's the whole point. And that's why I love at the end of this soundbite, you're going to hear Donald Trump say, you know what? If Hamas doesn't accept this, then Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, you can do what you got to do. Donald Trump saying that the other nations in the Middle East will have to deal with Hamas one way or another. The plan calls for a ceasefire, release of hostages by Hamas within 72 hours, disarmament of Hamas, and gradual Israel withdrawal from Gaza, followed by a post-war transitional authority headed by Donald Trump himself. That's right. So they've come up with this authority, this organization, this group that will sort of lead the post-war transition. Now, Trump hasn't said anything about making Gaza into some sort of a resort. I don't think he said anything about that yesterday. But Trump is calling for all of their weapons production facilities to be destroyed, Hamas, their tunnels to be destroyed, Hamas to help train local police forces. Hamas has to release, again, all of the hostages and the bodies. And I guess they're carving up Gaza as well. So, and here's the thing, and we talked about this before. All right, so Hamas is saying we're going to take a sincere look at this, and we'll see what we think about all of this. I think that they're going to have a lot of pressure from a lot of different places to a lot of different countries to accept this deal. And by the way, Iran can no longer help Hamas. Because remember, Hamas is sort of a surrogate, if you will, of Iran. And so you've got Iran, who has been paying for Hamas to go after and terrorize Israel and attack Israel. Well, Iran, Donald Trump has basically made Iran, at least as far as we can tell, a non-factor. We'll have to see ultimately where that whole thing plays out. But Trump is looking for a long-term solution. Joan, anything going on in traffic?
Let's see. No.
All right, good. There's your traffic. So here's more from Donald Trump.
And that's a good thing. If they're unable to do so, then Israel would have my full backing to finish the job of destroying the threat of Hamas. But I hope that we're going to have a deal for peace. And if Hamas rejects the deal, which is always possible, they're the only one left. Everyone else has accepted it. But I have a feeling that we're going to have a positive answer. But if not, as you know, Bibi, you'd have our full backing to do what you would have to do.
So basically, Trump is saying, and we wouldn't take part in whatever, because I think that, I don't know, you think Netanyahu is just itching to take the gloves off? And you might say the gloves are off already, but I think that you've got Benjamin Netanyahu, and he is ready to go. He is probably, I think that Netanyahu is looking at Hamas right now, and he's saying, go ahead, make my day, to Hamas. Trump saying that he and Sir Tony Blair, believe it or not, would work alongside him on a board to oversee the process if Hamas does accept his 20-point peace plan. So we'll have to see if Hamas actually decides to take Donald Trump up on his offer. But you got to admit, Trump is trying his darndest. I mean, he has talked about walking away before, but he has been doing everything that he possibly can to try to get this over with, whether we're talking about Israel and Gaza or whether we're talking about Ukraine and Russia. You know, I was trying to figure out which do you think is more important for Trump to solve? Ukraine and Russia or Israel and Hamas? Which do you think? What do you think, Sam? Which do you think is more important to Trump?
Israel and Hamas.
Because that has such history to it. That is so historical.
It's got
in nature.
History. It even, you know, you can obviously debate Ukraine and Russia happening if he was elected consecutively.
Right.
I don't think that happens. I think regardless, Iran funding Hamas to do something dastardly to Israel happens regardless of who's in office in America.
Now, here's my question. Can you trust Hamas and can you trust Iran?
Absolutely not.
No. So that's the thing.
And the Quran permits lying when it comes to holy war.
Oh, it sure does, doesn't it? We've talked about that. All right. So this is President Trump talking about the Board of Peace. And this was the president, again, yesterday in this press conference. And he's talking about how he's very busy. But if we can find peace in the Middle East between Israel and Hamas, then there does need to be some sort of an oversight committee. This is Donald Trump.
To ensure the success of this effort, my plan calls for the creation of a new international oversight body, the Board of Peace, we call it, the Board of Peace, sort of a beautiful name, the Board of Peace, which will be headed, not at my request, believe me, I'm very busy, but we have to make sure this works. The leaders of the Arab world and Israel and everybody involved asked me to do this, so it would be headed by a gentleman known as President Donald J. Trump of the United States. That's what.
He's got to laugh at that. The way that he phrases things, a gentleman by the name of Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. Okay, we got it, Trump.
What I want is some extra work to do, but it's so important that I'm willing to do it. And we'll do it right, and we're going to put leaders from other countries on, and leaders that are very distinguished leaders. And we'll have a board, and one of the people that wants to be on the board is the UK former Prime Minister, Tony Blair, good man. Ensure.
So there you go. So we'll have to see what happens in between Israel and Gaza. I don't know. What do you think, Joan? Scale of 1 to 10, 10 being it's going to work, 1 being this is going to be a train wreck. What do you think? You think this is actually going to work?
I do. I think that the world, because Qatar is now signed on to it.
Yep.
many countries have. Egypt has also been
Egypt,
part
Jordan.
of the proposal to. It was Egypt and Qatar, a couple of their leaders that presented this to Hamas in an effort to say, "Yo, accept it now." So I just feel like there's a different tone about this one.
That's what I meant when I signed on. I said I think that that the world is at a different place now with Hamas.
Yeah,
where it's like, okay, it's time. We're kind of done with this. And you can sit here, in my opinion, you can sit here and you can scream genocide all you want, but the reality is the ball is in your court. Put down your arms and give back the hostages, and we're done. And Israel will leave Gaza, and then they'll figure out all the land distribution and all that kind of stuff at some point in the post-pullout process, if you will. So anyway, we'll see what happens. It's a big day. Also, all the generals and the admirals are headed to Washington, D.C. They're all there by now, obviously. And so now we are going to find out why it is that they're coming to Quantico. The base is closed to non-essential personnel until noon. Trump's schedule for today, remarks at the Department of War at 9 a.m. I'm assuming this is all Eastern time, but remarks at the Department of War at 9 a.m., 8 a.m. our time. A White House announcement at 11 a.m., and then he's going to sign a bunch of executive orders today at 3 p.m. And nobody really knows, I don't know, Joan and Sam, nobody really knows what this is going to be. NBC has been saying, well, Trump has told them that this is going to just be a big attaboy for the generals and the admirals.
Don't you just love the way the media characterizes this as being, they're going to call him back from all over the world to say, attaboy,
good
you're
job.
doing a good job. They're insane.
Yeah.
They're ridiculous.
Could have been put in an email.
I saw that headline too.
Yeah.
So we don't really know what this is all about. I mean, people are saying that there could be some of these admirals and generals that could be getting crap canned. You know, they could be firing some of these folks as well because there's some redundancy, they say, within the military.
One of the things that has been talked about is condensing commands. So they've already done this once with the Army. If they condense, the North Command with the South Command, they can get rid of generals that way and stop the redundancy that you were just talking about. So there's more of that could happen. That may be perhaps what they're about to do.
We'll have to see what happens. There's a reason why they say that there is going to be a remarks at the Department of War, then a White House announcement, and then executive orders. So there's something more than just an attaboy going on here. We'll have to wait and see what happens. The super text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. 523, Joan's got the news at 5:30. Joan.
Yeah, we'll tell you who is saying, we're headed for a shutdown. That's going to happen. That's coming up here at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
527 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan, you ever actually kick yourself?
I don't think so, Dan.
I'm kicking myself this morning. I'm kicking myself.
And why are you doing that?
I meant to take a picture of something this morning or yesterday, and I didn't. And I want to kick myself.
You wanted to take a picture of your dead hydrangeas.
No.
No?
Trying to keep those alive, by the way. But
Okay.
no. Along Lebanon Pike 70 in Mount Juliet, it was really cool. We were at Panturo's over the weekend, which is a pizza place there in Mount Juliet. And along 70, I noticed that they've got some really nice road signs honoring Charlie Kirk.
Oh.
It was, I don't know why I was shocked, because the reason why I chose to live where I live in Wilson County in Mount Juliet is because by and large, they are pro law and order. We certainly know that with the, cameras and all that, the license plate readers, and it's just a great community. I don't know who put these road signs up, but if anybody's out there driving along 70, Lebanon Pike, whatever the heck you call it, in Mount Juliet, right around Nonneville, that's where I live, and you see those signs, will you take a picture of it for me and send it in to the Super Text line, 615-737-9986, because they're great signs. They're really cool signs. And I'd like to talk about them a little bit, because I love that Wilson County here in Middle Tennessee is honoring Charlie Kirk with little road signs. I don't know, maybe it was a specific business, but I was really impressed by it. So if you happen to be in Mount Juliet along 70, take a photograph for me if you would, and that'd be really appreciated. My Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. Joan?
Yes, sir.
Do you know who Edward Korestein is?
Sounds familiar.
Big balls.
Okay. Thanks for the reminder, Dan.
Listen, I'm just telling you, it's big balls.
I know, yeah.
All right, very good. He was on Jesse Waters last night.
Oh.
And he talks about a number of things, including the attack that landed him in the hospital. And also, he has some opinions on a Elon Musk, Donald Trump reunion.
Oh.
We're going to talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead. It is Nashville's Morning News on WTN.
Good morning. It is now 5:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Sunny, warm today, going to the mid to upper 80s. President Trump's 20-point plan to end the war in Gaza, now in the hands of Hamas negotiators, presented to them by Qatar's prime minister and Egypt's intelligence chief. Hamas said that they would review it, quote, in good faith. ABC News' Mary Bruce.
Made very clear that if Hamas refuses to accept this, then in his words, Israel will finish the job by itself. And President Trump made very clear that he would support that, saying that if Hamas doesn't get on board, then Netanyahu would have his full backing to do what he has to do, without detailing what that would look like.
Meantime, the Israel Defense Forces continue its operation to take control of Gaza City. In Cheatham County, the schools there are the latest district in in Middle Tennessee to add weapons detection systems to protect the classrooms. Channel 4's Brendan Tierney on that.
These open gate scanners are going to be installed here at Sycamore High School starting on Tuesday. Will eventually be used at all middle and high school entrances. In a letter to families, the principal says the systems will create a safer environment by keeping guns and other weapons out of buildings.
Channel 4 says school resource officers with the Cheatham County Sheriff's Office are saying they hope all of the systems will be working by the fall break. In just about 18 and a half hours, our government could shut down. Vice President J.D. Vance saying the continuing resolution Republicans are asking Democrats to fund is clean, no extra spending, just holding spending levels where they are now until a full spending bill can be crafted.
Let's do it in the context of an open government that's providing essential services to the American people. That's all that we're proposing to do, and the fact that they refuse to do that shows how unreasonable their position is. I think we're headed to a shutdown because the Democrats won't do the right thing.
Democrats want extra funding to pay for medical care for illegal immigrants, among other things. That is the latest news. Traffic is next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. traveling north on 65 in Talbot's Corner this morning. Got crashed right at I-24, and that may be causing some delays. Starting to slow down westbound on 24 now in the Laverne area. Careful as you go. Otherwise, looking good so far. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:37, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well, and welcome on in to a Tuesday, September 30th of 2025. All right, so I want to hear, because Joan, I have not heard all of this audio yet.
Yeah.
But we all remember Big Balls.
Yes.
And we all remember what happened to Big Balls. Now, if you are new to the program, and recent research actually shows that we have new people literally coming in every day. Thank you very much. Welcome. Big Balls is a guy that used to work within Doge and Elon Musk, and he was one of the guys involved in finding government waste. And so he was unfortunately attacked by a bunch of, underage bad kids in Washington, D.C., where they're trying to carjack he and his date. 19 years old, this kid is, Big Balls, Edward. And he ended up in the hospital because he got roundly beaten by this group of this young gang of kids. And so he is out of the hospital now, apparently doing well. And he talked about what happened on that fateful night when he was attacked by DC thugs. Watch this.
I was hanging out with a group of my friends late at night, and at about 3 a.m., we were wrapping up. And I was walking one of my friends back to her car. And as we're walking to the car, there's a group of 10 guys right across the street. And as we get to the car and she begins to fumble for the keys, they start shouting at us. And really quickly, I knew something was really off about the situation. So she unlocks the car. I rush her into the driver's seat. She's able to close the door behind her and lock the doors. And, right as I turn around, they run up on me and they're just a few feet away. And they slam me against the car. They start throwing a bunch of punches. I keep my hands up. I'm just like, all right, I'm getting a lot of punches here. I'm just trying to protect my head the best way that I can.
Yeah, you ever notice I've noticed a trend, Joan.
Yeah.
And that is that when you have these large, young group of bad kids,
yes,
it's never one-on-one.
Right.
You ever notice that?
Yeah.
It's always a group of like 8, 9, 10.
Thugs.
We saw this, thugs.
You
We
can
saw
say
this
it.
in Cincinnati. We've seen this in other places as well, where it's never, there was that, remember that video, Las Vegas, where that kid in high school was, he ultimately died. You had like 20 kids.
Right.
Who kicked and beat this poor other kid. 20 black kids beat up this white kid to death. And it's never a fair fight. And somebody please tell me how that is a fair fight. And so when you hear these kinds of stories, there's a story today. I don't want to turn this into a Second Amendment conversation, but doggone it, you know what? Over there at Vanderbilt, I'll get into this here in a little bit. Over there at Vanderbilt, over the weekend, you had one dude, walking around trying to knife the students at Vanderbilt on a Sunday.
Right.
Vanderbilt, no gun zone. Gun-free zone. Yeah, isn't that funny?
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, the other thing that happened in that instance was that the text message alert system at Vanderbilt didn't go off. So you got all these kids, all these young adults, Vanderbilt students, walking around. Some crazed maniac with a knife is walking around. Not only does the text alert system not work, so nobody knows this is going on, but it's a gun-free zone. This Edward Korstein, or Korstein, whatever, Big Balls, it's a lot easier to say. This is a clear testament as to why we need the Second Amendment to protect ourselves. Because how do you protect yourself against a mob of 8 or 9 ingrates that are coming to attack you? The equalizer would be a gun.
And, luckily the whole thing didn't last too long. The police showed up pretty quickly. So I was very fortunate. I only came out with a broken nose and a concussion. It could have been a lot worse.
Oh, my God. All right, so they were wailing on you. Did they get you down on the ground?
No. I knew that if I got down on the ground, it'd get way worse. So I was like, all right, no matter what, I just have to stay on my feet.
All right, so stay on your feet. You protect the head because you know what?
Yeah.
Big Balls also has big brains, and that's very important. And you saved this lady friend of yours. You kind of saved more than her car. You might have saved her life.
Yeah, it was a really bad situation. And, the carjacking didn't make a lot of sense because, it was like the cheapest car on the block. So it felt like there might have been something else going on there.
Okay, well, you're a brave...
So there you go. Be more like Big Balls, Joan.
We should all be more like him.
Oh, okay. All of a sudden, Joan is afraid to say Big Balls. Is that what it is, Joan?
Not afraid.
It's the 5 o'clock hour. We can say Big Balls. Joan's not going to say it, Sam.
He's got a name. His mama gave him a name. I'll use the name his mama gave him.
Yeah, but he chose the internet handle Big Balls.
Are we on the internet? We are not.
Technically, we're on the internet.
All right, that's enough out of you, Sam.
Well done,
We're on
Sam.
a lot of the internet, if we're being honest.
Guys, we got more people on the internet listening and watching than on the radio, be honest with you. Let's see here. He also talked about, and I love this part. He also talked about, because remember Elon and Trump, they were hanging out at Charlie Kirk's funeral. Remember that?
Yeah.
And people thought, oh, look at that. Are they going to be reunited?
How did you feel about that back in action?
Well, I think, Elon Musk and President Trump have a lot of things in common. And I think they both really want to help society. I think they're both great individuals. And I'd love if they can reconcile their problems and get back together. That'd be great.
All right, well, it'd be great if everybody can get back together without throwing haymakers.
It would be interesting. How do you? I mean, Elon literally said that Donald Trump was involved in Epstein, intimated that he was involved in Epstein more than he was. I mean, that was the haymaker that Jesse Waters is throwing down. I think what happened with Elon, I think what happened is that he got himself on, what is it, ketamine? Is that what they say he's on?
Yeah.
I think he was on ketamine. And he had his phone, and he tweeted out what he tweeted out or posted, about Trump being involved in the Epstein files and all that kind of stuff. And then, have a nice day, Donald. Remember that whole thing? And I think he it's like you go off on I wouldn't know this personally, but you go off on a bender and then you wake up and it's like, oh my God, what did I do? I think that's what happened with Elon. And so, because you'll notice immediately he kind of started backpedaling and all that.
I think it was... I'm still going to go with a media smokescreen to get people to stop vandalizing Teslas because they thought he was a Nazi fascist. And
is that where you're going?
I mean, because if we're taking the files as a whole, yeah, he's in there. He's in the flight logs because of the plane stuff, because they shared planes.
Well, everybody knows that.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
But he did it to kind of stir the pot and to get people to go, oh, well, Elon was in the White House, so he must have insider information, and maybe we'll stop keying and firebombing Tesla dealerships.
All right, coming in now. You have sent me. I want to play one piece of audio. Oh, golly gee willikers. So we all know what's going on with the government shutdown, right? So it might shut down. I want to play a piece of audio. I've got all kinds of audio of Republicans and Democrats fighting, but I want to actually play this piece of audio first. This is. I had to do a lot of editing on this, and I don't know if I'm even going to be able to do it. Hold on one sec. This is an angry woman. Here we go. This is an angry woman. Are we on? All right. Is that on the screen? This is a very angry woman. I got to see if I'm going to be able to do this because I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this, and I might just shank the whole darn thing. Here we go. All right, you ready? This is an angry woman who is irritated ASF. I'm not sure what ASF is, but this is how the people on the street feel. Are we in delay? All right, I got to make sure I got everything here.
So the Democrats want to give away $1.4 billion of free money to the immigrants for health care. And if not, if the other side don't agree with it, they talking about shutting down the how the do you bite so hard for everybody but your own people?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. What about us? What about us struggle to pay for health care? And even though we pay a fortune, it still ain't enough. Are you kidding me?
So she is angry because, and this is like real raw emotion. And I can actually relate to this. I mean, Sam can too.
Oh, buddy, I've got medical bills right now.
Right. So, so here's, and my daughter, she's going right now without medical insurance because her job will only pay part-time, will only give her a part-time job so that they don't have to give her insurance, right? So companies across the country are doing this. This woman is in touch with, I mean, I could play audio of J.D. Vance blaming the Democrats. I could play audio of Democrats blaming the Republicans. I could play that all day long and twice on Sunday. But this woman is how people out on the street really feel. Why in the heck are Democrats so passionate about trying to help illegal frickin' aliens? I said frickin' aliens getting free health care when my daughter and Sam and this woman don't have health insurance, can't find a business to give them a full-time job to get them health insurance, and it's really expensive to buy on the open market.
Well, I would just like to clarify, people don't need to feel bad for me. I do have insurance through my wife's job, and it's a pretty good plan, but it's still, ever since Obamacare, private health care has been screwed up.
Oh, yeah.
On what your deductible is. It's just ridiculous.
Not to mention the fact that you've got all of these companies who, because of Obamacare, refuse to give employees over 29 hours because if they get over 29 hours, then you've got to pay them insurance. And so you had a lot of people who, you know, they're working, I'm going to air quote this, part-time, but they were making pretty good money, 38, 39 hours, and everybody was like cool with it, whatever. We're not going to give you a full-time job. We're going to give you a whole bunch of hours. And it was sort of like, okay, you know, don't ask, don't tell kind of a thing. Obama, that whole thing goes into motion, and then all of a sudden you've got to cut all your part-timers down to under 29 hours. Otherwise, you've got to give them health care. So even people that were cool with not getting health care, but you were getting close to 40 hours, even if you were part-time, now they had their hours cut. And that angered a lot of people.
Oh, and you could afford on a 38, 39-hour work week, you could still afford the private market for a single person.
Yeah. And now you basically can't. I mean, Obamacare screwed it up for everybody.
Well, and then there's that fine that's written into you when you file your taxes. If you did not have health insurance throughout the year, it's a $300 fine.
Yeah, I remember that too. I mean, so for me, this really does hit home because, not to make this about me, but I am the host, where you have all these businesses that just refuse to hire full-time people anymore because they don't want to give them health insurance. And as Sam said, and as I said, it is really expensive on the open market. So that's how people are feeling out on the street.
Which is why the president had to go and tweet out a AI-generated video that just tickles the funny bone.
Oh, but it's causing so much anger.
Oh.
Okay, so I've got it. You sent it to me, Sam?
I posted it on my X at Sam P. Rutherford, and I mentioned the Dan Mandis show because I made a clean version for all. People were kind of upset that there wasn't a clean version out there, and I got you. Edited it 10 minutes ago.
Okay, I'm looking for it now because I have actually not seen this.
Dan doesn't have his notifications on for me.
No,
I only produce a show.
Who are you again? But this is really funny. I did see the thumbnail of this. This is Donald Trump, and he tweeted this out. And if you're listening on the radio, you've got Chuck Schumer and you've got Hakeem Jeffries. And realize the whole argument is because you've got Democrats that want to keep medical benefits for illegal aliens. You've got Chuck Schumer there and also Hakeem Jeffries. Hakeem is in I don't know what you call that, a mustache with the twirly things, and also a sombrero. And this is clean, right? Okay, here we go.
Look, guys, there's no way to sugarcoat it. Nobody likes Democrats anymore. We have no voters left because of all of our woke trans bull. Not even black people want to vote for us anymore. Even Latinos hate us. So we need new voters. And if we give all these illegal aliens free health care, we might be able to get them on our side so they can vote for us. They can't even speak English, so they won't realize we're just a bunch of woke pieces of shit, you know? At least for a while, until they learn English and they realize they hate us too.
Okay, that's good.
So
That's good.
Hakeem Jeffries, of course, said, if you want to be a bigot, you can be of course,
Whatever.
because the Mexican music in the background.
Did the sombrero, whatever that is.
Yeah, that could have done it too.
Whatever.
Which just reminds me of an influencer video of a white guy wearing a sombrero and a poncho and walking around to Hispanic folks and asking if they're, are you offended by this? And like, no, we love it. Celebrate our culture.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
So-
that's one of those things where it's like, look, and I don't know what that mustache, it's like, what do you call that mustache? For people of a certain...
curly handlebar?
For people of a certain age, it's a Raleigh Fingers mustache. Now, do you know who Raleigh Fingers is? I know Joan knows who Raleigh Fingers is.
No.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Really?
That sounds like something from the 30s or 40s.
That sounds like a baseball player, is it?
I hate you both.
Raleigh Fingers up to the mound here.
Raleigh Fingers was a great pitcher for the Oakland Athletics, among others.
Sounds like a baseball player name.
Joan, this was in the 70s and 80s. Quit age shaming me. I believe that you're older than me, woman.
Well, I didn't get an interest in baseball until I married my husband.
Okay,
so.
look up Raleigh Fingers.
Okay.
You'll see the handlebar mustache that I'm talking about. It is jet black, so that it looks like a handlebar mustache that perhaps a Hispanic person would wear. Whatever. I'm done with you too.
Yeah, but you're stuck with us.
Dan, you're so old. I don't know. Is Raleigh Fingers your favorite player from the 1890s, Dan?
Wow.
Is that what it
cool.
is?
When Major League Baseball started.
All right, moving right along. 5:53. By the way, going to do a deep dive with the Heritage Foundation into Trump's 20-point plan to end the war between Hamas and Israel. That is straight ahead after the news at 6 with Joan Jones. Joan, what do we got coming up?
It almost looks like a porn stash, just saying.
You know what? Okay, fair enough. It looks like a porn stash, that too. Although, I don't know, do you find a handlebar mustache like that? Even if I was attracted to dudes, I wouldn't see that. Whatever. I don't find that all that attractive. Sam, would you find that attractive even if you were into dudes?
No.
Okay.
Now that we've
Jello
got
now, it's
that
going to
settled.
poke something.
Anyway, moving right along. Joan, what's coming up?
Tensions boil over in North Carolina with anger pointed at lax prosecutors. And we'll tell you why the start of the day may be a little delayed at a local high school today. That's at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 5:54. Nashville's Morning News. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Today's the last day, folks. It's the Busy Bee Best Prices of the Year event. The savings are buzzing. Now, right now, with any heating repair service, you are going to get a free dryer vent cleaning. That's right, a free dryer vent cleaning, courtesy of Busy Bee. Protect your home and feel safer on Busy Bee. Now, if you need a brand new HVAC unit, check out these stingers. You can get a Goodman 14.3 SEER 2-ton split heat pump, only $7,995. And, really, it's all about the warranty here. You got a 10-year parts warranty and a 2-year labor warranty as well, courtesy of Busy Bee. They've got plumbing deals as well. They've got you covered. $500 off water and drain repipes, $300 off of tank-to-tankless water heaters, and up to $1,500 off water filtration systems. Refer your neighbor, and both of you get a $50 credit when you schedule HVAC maintenance. Tell them Dan told you to reach out when you call 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833, BusyBeeHVAC.com. 5:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Triggered a lot of folks talking about health insurance. One guy says on the super text line, got a lot of folks chiming in. One guy, this is 7575, says, prior to Obamacare, I could insure my employees single coverage for $73 a month and full coverage for a family of 4 for $400. Can't do that anymore. Family coverage is over $1,500 per employee, and it's a $750 per individual. So he says, I can no longer afford health insurance for my employees. And people are pointing out, and it's a fair point, that companies are under no legal obligation to have to, cover their employees with health insurance. And that is, obviously, as a lot of the part-timers here can attest, their companies are under no legal obligation to cover your health insurance. But you know what? After Obamacare, it's a lot harder for companies to do that. Before Obamacare, it was a lot easier for companies to do that. Anyway, it is 6 o'clock on WTN.
Good morning. Now 6 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Got to let you know about a closure this morning. It's on 65 northbound lanes at I-24. The westbound side of 24 is still accessible, but there is debris all over the interstate. It looks like there were 4 vehicles involved in a crash there. One of them is in a ditch. So again, you've got 65 northbound at I-24. It is closed because of a serious crash this morning. We'll keep on top of that one. In the news, the federal government teetering on the brink of a shutdown, which would come at midnight tonight. Republicans refusing to negotiate for any benefits for illegal aliens or to restore Medicaid cuts. Tennessee Congressman John Rose.
They're trying to use this as a leverage point to achieve a radical leftist agenda.
Senate Majority Leader John Thune plans to force the Senate to vote today over and over again. He's looking to get Democrats on the record. Cheatham County, the latest school district in Middle Tennessee, to install weapons detection systems to protect classrooms. They'll eventually be used at all middle and high school entrances. Channel 4 got reaction from a couple of students glad the district has taken the steps after what happened at Antioch High School, the shooting there.
And I think once stuff like that happens, even if it's not at your own school, it kind of hits you with that realization that, hey, this tiny annoying thing every morning is absolutely worth it in the event of a disaster.
Open gate scanners will be installed today at Sycamore High School. Officials there saying arrive early just in case there may be delays. In Charlotte, North Carolina yesterday, families of violent crime victims slamming prosecutors who continue allowing repeat offenders to walk the streets. This comes after the stabbing death of Ukrainian refugee Irina Zarutska on a commuter train.
Stephen Federico says his 22-year-old daughter Logan was shot and killed during a home invasion. Alexander Dickey, a man with a long criminal record, was charged with the crime.
Who was arrested 39 times.
Mia Alderman says her 20-year-old granddaughter Mary Collins was murdered back in 2020. 3 of the people charged in the case have yet to go on trial.
We need to ensure that those accused of heinous crimes are swiftly prosecuted.
Both families pressing lawmakers to keep repeat offenders behind bars and not give bail to anyone accused of a violent crime.
That's ABC's Perry Russum reporting. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures pointing down this morning with the Dow futures minus 109. That's the latest news. Traffic is coming up next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, they may have opened up the roadway on 65 northbound at Talbot's Corner at this point. A serious accident. It looks like 4 vehicles involved. One of them is in a ditch. So 65 northbound at 24. Still a wreck this morning, but it looks like the roadway has now been opened. You've got delays starting now. The volume delays on 24 westbound heading in, on 65 southbound heading in. Things are looking good so far on 40. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.606 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We had an interview scheduled with Brent Sandler from the Heritage Foundation on Israel. He is, for whatever reason, not answering his phone, so we are going to move on. We did a bit of a deep dive into it earlier this morning, and we will revisit that topic later on in the morning broadcast. By the way, we do have Senator Bill Hagerty. He's going to be joining us at 7:06 right here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. A lot of people joining us here in the 6 o'clock hour. So we will talk about the government shutdown that is more than likely going to happen tonight. So I played this audio in the 5 o'clock hour. I do want to replay this again because I've got all kinds of audio from, J.D. Vance and Donald Trump and Chuck Schumer. But the reality is they are all politicians. This is the anger that is happening in the streets.
So the Democrats want to give away $1.4 billion of free money to the immigrants for health care. And if the other side don't agree with it, they talking about shutting down the how the do you bite so hard for everybody but your own people?
Yep.
I'm sorry. What about us? Mm-hmm. What about us struggle to pay for health care? And even though we pay a fortune, it still ain't enough. Are you kidding me?
So she's angry, and she should be. And the Democrats are clearly, and by the way, I don't mean to fact check a video, but it's a heck of a lot more than $1.4 billion. It is a lot more. It's hundreds of billions of dollars. And overall, we're talking about, I think, a little bit over $1 trillion in new spending. Now, remember, the deadline is midnight tonight. There are so many Americans who, and we talked about it a little bit in the 5 o'clock hour, there's a lot of Americans who don't have health care. And the reason they don't have health care is because either the exchanges are way too expensive, Obamacare, way too expensive, or it's no longer reasonable or affordable for companies to purchase health care or provide health care for their employees. And of course, employees have to, pay as well. And so it's one of those things where now you've got all of us across America, including that woman, we're all struggling with the cost of health care. It is going up. Yet the Democrats are so passionate about providing health care, free health care for illegal aliens. So I would like more money in my paycheck so that I can afford my health care costs and not provide health care to people who come to our country illegally. And they get it. Here's the other thing. This is what's crazy, is that even if you have health care, you're paying for it. I mean, if you are, you're employed and you've got a job, well, then you're paying a certain amount of money to have those health care benefits that your work is sort of partnering with you to provide for you and your family. Illegal aliens, man, they're getting it absolutely free. So, yeah, there's a lot to be angry about. And so that's the attitude of people on the street. That's the attitude of someone like me, someone like you, like your children, whatever. And the politicians have their say as well. This is J.D. Vance.
We have disagreements about health care policy, but you don't shut the government down. You don't use your policy disagreements as leverage to not pay our troops, to not have essential services of government actually function. You don't say the fact that you disagree about a particular tax provision is an excuse for shutting down the people's government and all the essential services that come along with it. If you look at what Chuck Schumer has said in the past consistently, it's whatever our disagreements are, let's negotiate with them. Let's talk about them. Let's figure out a bipartisan solution, but you don't shut the government down. In other words, you don't put a gun to the American people's head and say, unless you do exactly what Senate and House Democrats want you to do, we're going to shut down your government. That's exactly what they're proposing out there.
All right. So that is, again, obviously Vice President J.D. Vance. I think the reason there is such frustration among Republicans is that we haven't had a shutdown. Joe, do you know when the last time we had a shutdown? 7 years.
Yeah.
7 years. And the Democrats clearly are trying to score political points with their base on this. And Chuck Schumer is trying to save his job. We're gonna get into that in a second. But remember what they're trying to do, right? They're trying to fight fire with fire, hold Trump accountable, fight against fascism and the rest of all of that nonsense. And all the Republicans, this is the crazy thing. All the Republicans want to do is continue with the same amount of spending for another 7 weeks with this continuing resolution while they put all the finer points of the negotiation together. And by the way, remember, this is Democrat spending. They want to continue with the budget of Joe Biden and the Democrats. That's what they want to continue. And so you had Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, Mike Johnson, John Thune in there with President Trump and J.D. Vance and others, I'm sure. Big White House meeting yesterday. The main sticking point still seems to be that the Democrats want hundreds of billions of dollars to get health care benefits for illegal aliens. Now, this is again, not to belabor the point, this is a continuing resolution, basically continuing the current spending where they are at right now for another 7 weeks while they put the finishing touches on their spending plan for the next year. Here's more from J.D. Vance.
Now, we have to remember, they're very frustrated. They say that they're very frustrated about the fact that this negotiation has not taken place until today. But if you look at the original thing they did with this negotiation, it was a $1.5 trillion spending package, basically saying to the American people, we want to give massive amounts of money, hundreds of billions of dollars to illegal aliens for their health care while Americans are struggling to pay their health care bills. That was their initial foray into this negotiation. We thought it was absurd. We told them it was absurd. And now they come in here saying that if you don't give us everything that we want, we're going to shut down the government. We think
that's why we're calling it the Schumer shutdown. And I think that it will be a Schumer shutdown. You know how many Democrats we need, by the way, to sign off on this thing?
We need 7.
I thought it was 9. Is it 7? Is it? Well, it might.
So
it could be 7 or 9. Doesn't matter.
The reason that we would need 9 is because of Rand Paul and who are the 2 women?
Alaska.
One of the 2. Yeah.
Alaska and Maine.
Senator, the
Murkowski.
One of the 2.
Lisa Murkowski, and who's the other one? Whatever.
Going with the other side.
Yeah. Because they always do.
But Rand Paul, too. I mean, I think that's a big disappointment.
Well, he's been very consistent. Rand Paul has been very consistent. Rand Paul is the Senate version of Thomas Massie, right? So, and Thomas Massie, the congressman.
You know who else is very consistent?
Who?
John Fetterman, and he's voting for this bill.
John Fetterman. We'll have to, great audio from him yesterday that Chris Hand had. Here's more from J.D. Vance.
That's preposterous. We think it's totally unacceptable, and we think the American people are going to suffer because these guys won't do the right thing. Now, I want to make one final point here. You will hear a lot from Senate Democrats, from House Democrats about the fact that American health care policy is broken. Well, we know that American health care policy is broken. We've been trying to fix it for the 8 months that we've been in office. But every single thing that they accuse about being broken about American health care is policy the Democrats have supported for the past decade. So if they want to talk about how to fix American health care policy, let's do it. The Speaker would love to do it. The Senate Majority Leader would love to do it. Let's work on it together, but let's do it in the context of an open government that's providing essential services to the American people. That's all that we're proposing to do, and the fact that they refuse to do that shows how unreasonable their position is. I think we're headed to a shutdown because the Democrats won't do the right thing. I hope they change their mind, but we're going to see.
All right, so that is J.D. Vance, and he's right. You know, here's the interesting thing, is that they might be, the Republicans might be very willing to talk about changing the healthcare system, making it more affordable on an exchange for the American people. The kind of like either fix Obamacare or come up with our own version of Obamacare, which Donald Trump talked about incessantly in his first administration, never did get it done. But here's the thing. If they can figure out a way, because remember what the Republicans, their new brand kind of is, which is very pro-family, right? So Republicans, very pro-family, want to increase the child tax credit and so forth. So it would be very on brand for the Republican Party to try to make health care more affordable for the American people. But the Democrats are standing in the way because they want it for not U.S. citizens, but illegal aliens. And that's why we can't get this done. That's what J.D. Vance is talking about. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather goes, it looks like it's going to be partly sunny today, warm, high of 87, feeling like 88. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So what is going to happen if there's going to be a shutdown? Essential services will continue. Non-essential services won't. National parks, the EPA, museums, some federal offices. Some of those people will eventually get paid for the time missed. Vendors and contractors that work with the government, they will be impacted. The markets could be impacted because they don't like uncertainty. They say that we could lose billions of dollars in GDP. But again, this is up to the Democrats, who are refusing to simply extend the current budget for 7 weeks. This is what the Democrats are doing. I like what Andy Biggs had to say. And remember, we've got Senator Bill Hagerty. He's going to be joining us after the news at 7, and he's going to give us his perspective. But this is Representative Andy Biggs.
The Democrats, it seems performative on the part of the Democrats, and I'll tell you why. It's because I think that the shoe's on the other foot now. They're the ones that are going to be the ones blamed for the shutdown. They know they're going to be blamed for the shutdown. And I would say that you might get a 3 to 7 day shutdown. And then they come to the table and say, okay, we're just going to do it. Because in reality, what the Republicans have done is they've said, we're going to give you 7 weeks. We can continue to do the appropriations process during that 7 weeks. We can continue to negotiate, but give us 7 weeks. And the Democrats are saying, we don't want that. We want everything right now. And I think that that's performative on the part of the Democrats, and they'll cave ultimately.
Interesting. Well, and here's part of what's going on. So this is part of the dynamic. Part of the dynamic is that Chuck Schumer, and I've got some audio here of up Chuck Schumer. Part of the dynamic is that, remember back in March when he gave in to the, I'm going to use the term caved, when he caved to the Republicans and approved the last continuing resolution, and you had AOC, you had The View, you had all of these people coming after Schumer. Do you know the polling in Schumer's district? He's up for re-election in, I think, is it 2026? Look that up for me. Is it 26 or 28? Chuck Schumer is up for re-election here in the next couple of years. AOC's got a 20-point lead, according to some polling. So Schumer is just trying to maintain his position. Schumer is just trying to ward off a primary challenge from one AOC. So that's why he's not going to back down on this. They're talking about how the dynamic really feels different. I'm going to ask Hagerty this question, Senator Hagerty this question. But the whole thing feels just a little different because neither side, and I think President Trump even said yesterday, We're not backing down on this, and I don't know how we fix this. When is Schumer up for re-election?
Dumb Duck Schumer is in office till January of 2029.
So he's up for re-election in 2028.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So we'll have to see if he caves. It doesn't feel like he is. How old is he? How old is Chuck Schumer? Some people are so addicted to the power. This is, by the way, what Schumer says about this whole thing.
We have very large differences on health care and on their ability to undo whatever budget we agree to through rescissions and through impoundment, as well as pocket rescissions. And I think for the first time, the president heard our objections and heard why we needed a bipartisan bill.
Do you know what? I'm looking at this video, right? You people watching on Super Talk TV. Do you know what somebody needs to do? Sam, maybe you're the person to do it. Chuck Schumer is wearing an American flag lapel. Somebody's got to change that and have that to be the American flag, the Honduran flag, the Guatemalan flag, the whatever else. You know what I'm talking about? All these foreign flags is what he needs to be wearing on his lapel, because the American people are the group of people that he seems concerned about the least, because they are focused on illegal aliens.
I would just take a play out of the Chris Hand playbook and slap a green suction cup silicone.
I don't get it. I don't get the joke. What? I don't get what, Joan? Do you understand the joke?
Don't follow. No.
Oh, they were only throwing them on the WNBA courts for quite a while.
6:22 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan has the news coming up at 6:30. Joan.
So we're going to tell you where we are as of 9 o'clock last night in regards to the possible government shutdown tonight. Also, Christ is back at one of the nation's military schools. We'll explain coming up here at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here, 622, Nashville's Morning News, talking about my friends at the Glock store. Now, last week, I was talking about the AccuShoot LFX system. I even, as I told you, went down to try it out. It was phenomenal. Well, on Saturday, AccuShoot LFX held their first international shooting competition, and the Glock store was one of 5 teams competing from around the world. I mean, think about this. This is an international competition. Now, personally, I was not surprised that my buddy Mitch Young, Glock Store's range and training manager, won first place. I've seen him shoot. He is amazing. And Mitch was actually my very first trainer at the Glock Store. Very patient, great trainer. But, you know, what does that tell you about the training at the Glock Store? You are being trained by true, and I mean true professionals. Now, what also surprised me was the fact that Mitch's teammate David, who just started training with Mitch and his crew a little over a month ago, came in 3rd place worldwide. Again, this says a lot about the training at the Glock Store and who is doing the training. Now, it is that kind of training that you want from my friends at the Glock Store. It is my place to buy ammo and also train, of course. There's only one place to get it, the incomparable Shoot 270 indoor ranges at the Glock Store. Check them out online, shoot270.com and glockstore.com. Minutes from the airport, worth the drive from anywhere. 625, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Meadows here for my friends at DT McCall's. Now, this is a great Tennessee company. They are here for their fellow Tennesseans with great prices, selection, and value as well. I've been telling you for years about DT McCall's. They've been helping people out for 3 generations. And if you need it, they've got it at DT McCall's. By the way, this is a great conservative company. They support America. They support Tennessee. And they've got indoor furniture. If you've got a room to fill, go to DT McCall's. If you need appliances, if it plugs in, they've got it. And they've always got specials going on to save you money at DT McCall's. Go to their website, dtmccalls.com. They've got specials and great prices on all the best brands of appliances like washer and dryer sets, dishwashers, and again, of course, indoor furniture. They have as many of their items made here in the state of Tennessee as possible. They've been at it for over 100 years with a focus on customer service. And if you buy it, they are going to deliver it for free and haul away the old stuff. They got 5 locations across Middle Tennessee: Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. Always online, dtmccalls.com. .629, Nashville's Morning News. All right, so, Joan, I got the joke. Did you eventually get the joke?
I did, yeah. Sam, explained it to me.
Sam had to explain to the old people the joke about Chuck Schumer and the green dildo is what he was talking about.
The green silicone phallus.
Yes, moving right along. Kids in the car, all that kind of stuff.
Thank you.
Come on, Sam. By the way, Sam gained some new Twitter followers, and one of them, Sam, you want to read because we were talking about whatever it was, and Sam mentioned his Twitter account. And one of his new followers is a what, Sam?
Come on, man.
A nudist.
A nudist.
Well,
He had nudist in his description of who he is.
It was number 2, so it's not the most important thing, but it's up there.
You know what? I would ask this person who is a nudist. You know who else was a nudist? Joe Biden.
What?
oh, yeah.
Joe Biden was a nudist.
Wait, what was the name they called him?
Huh.
The Secret Service had a name for him. Secret Service
Shrivel?
name for
What?
naked
I didn't
Joe
say.
Biden.
I don't think Joan heard that.
I did.
Oh, okay. So, Joan is desperately trying.
I'm too busy ignoring Sam this morning.
You know what I've noticed about Joan? She's trying to bring an element of class and maturity to the radio broadcast today.
You know what I say to that, Dan? You know what I say to that?
Not in my household.
There you
Not
go.
in my neighborhood.
That's right, Joan. Anyway, we got to go. 6:30 on WTN.
Good morning. It is now 6:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. As of 9 o'clock last night, Minority Leader of the House of Representatives, Hakeem Jeffries, ruled out a clean short-term funding bill with no extra spending to keep the government funded past midnight tonight. That bill would avert a government shutdown for 7 to 10 days. That just gives lawmakers more time to negotiate a full budget. Vice President J.D. Vance saying last night that it looks like a shutdown is more likely than ever.
Hundreds of billions of dollars to illegal aliens for their health care while Americans are struggling to pay their health care bills. That was their initial foray into this negotiation. We thought it was absurd. We told them it was absurd. And now they come in here saying that if you don't give us everything that we want, we're going to shut down the government. We think that's preposterous. We think it's totally unacceptable, and we think the American people are going to suffer because these guys won't do the right thing.
Now, Republicans need 7 Democrats to vote yes in the Senate. They do have one supporter. It's John Fetterman of Pennsylvania. If the government does shut down, we're hearing that operations at B&A will not be affected. Channel 4's Alexandria Adams.
Several federal workers will be furloughed if the government does shut down, but TSA workers are considered essential, so that means that they must report to work even without pay.
Air traffic controllers are also considered essential. And Christ on the Water, it's back at the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy. It's a giant painting. It was removed from display by former President Joe Biden in 2023 following a complaint from the Military Religious Freedom Foundation. And it was put in the basement. Well, yesterday that painting was restored to a place of prominence at the Academy at the order of Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, saying, God is good for these Marines, true, faithful American patriots. Now, you can see that picture. I added it to that photo to my X account. You can find me at Joan Jones WTN. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 6:32, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. Dan Mandis here, and I want to talk to you about something that is truly life-changing, vision correction surgery at Vision for Life. Now, I went through this. I'm really happy with my procedure. You will be happy too. Now, like many of you, I thought all vision surgeries were the same. I believed that everything was just LASIK. But after doing my research, I learned that Vision for Life offers a variety of advanced procedures tailored to each patient's unique needs. Now, Dr. Horn, he doesn't just restore your vision. He restores your confidence and your freedom. Freedom from glasses and contacts, and yes, those pesky struggles like driving at night or reading small print. So check them out today. If you're thinking about vision correction surgery, you've got to call my guy, Dr. Jeff Horn, and the Vision Pros at Vision for Life. 615-436-2020, 615-436-2020, visionforlife.com. .635, Nashville's Morning News. Window Nation. Listen, there's only 30 days, right? 30 days in the month. So this is the last day that you can get this great deal from my friends at Window Nation. Now, whether you have old drafty windows, maybe cheap builder-grade windows, right now is the best time to replace your windows because cold weather is a-coming, folks. Got the cold weather of the fall and, of course, the winter weather coming. Get replacement windows from my friends at Window Nation. These are top quality, energy-efficient windows from a trusted company. Now, I've got 4 Window Nation windows in my home. I paid a reasonable price, and these are great windows, including 2 in my basement studio. So Window Nation is definitely my window company, and right now they've got a great deal for you. You buy 2 windows, you get 2 windows free, plus an extra 10% off, plus no interest for 2 years. Now, this offer is only good until the end of today. Buy 2 windows, get 2 windows free, plus an extra 10% off, plus no interest for 2 years. Again, that offer ends today. You've got to call this phone number right now, 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION. As always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. That website is windownation.com.
Okay, in Midtown, got a crash on Broadway at 16th Avenue. Jolton, they're still working an accident scene this morning. It's on 24 westbound, right at exit 35, between 35 and New Hope Road. Slow-moving traffic there. Talbot's Corner, there is now a wrecker on 65 northbound at I-24, trying to grab the last car out of a ditch there. 2 left lanes are still blocked off by it. Very slow in that area. Crash at the airport, 40 westbound at Briley Parkway East, and one in South Nashville as well. 24 in the eastbound lanes at the off-ramp to Murfreesboro Pike. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.637, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Remember, we've got Senator Bill Hagerty joining us a little after 7 here on Nashville's Morning News. Going to talk about Israel. We're going to talk about the looming government shutdown and a whole lot more. And you hear what happened on Sunday here in Nashville, here in Tennessee, obviously. A knife-wielding psycho was on the Vandy campus. This guy who's got a long list of priors. Now, I think we had part of this story yesterday. This dude has a long list of priors, and he's on the Vandy campus just chasing students with a knife.
Many students I spoke with here today tell me they had no idea the convicted criminal was on their campus over the weekend. They tell me they are concerned since the university never told them anything about it, and they fear it'll happen again.
Yeah, the Fox reporter there, Fox 17 reporter, and there's a lot of questions. First of all, when this was going on, Vandy's emergency alert system did not send notification texts. Now, I don't know about you, Joan, but isn't notification text, isn't that like the easiest technology right now?
You would think it would be, yeah.
I mean, they had a working system because they had notifications go out a few days ago or like 3 weeks ago now. But this guy is roaming around campus with a knife going after students, and no notification texts were sent out. And number 2, Vandy does have security. But this dude, he's running around with a knife chasing students. And by the way, and I'm going to mention this yet again, Vandy is a gun-free campus. So these students, even if they wanted to, they aren't allowed to carry guns on campus.
Fish in a barrel.
Now, what have we always said? Bad guys. I'd be willing to bet that, openly carrying knives and trying to stab students, I'd be willing to bet that is also frowned upon there at Vandy. However, bad guys don't follow rules. And so these students, if they wanted to protect themselves, they wouldn't be allowed to.
Vanderbilt students like Daniel Gormazano are shocked convicted criminal Kira Kuris Johnson got on their campus not once, but twice.
It is definitely scary knowing that at any time
there could be someone who has the intent of hurting or harming other people on campus.
Yeah, this dude, again, he had a rap sheet a mile long. He's got, like, you know when somebody's a really bad criminal because of the amount of mugshots that they have. And this dude, during the report, he had like 10 mugshots. So you know that he's been arrested and charged, all that, at least 10 times. So I don't know if this dude is just a perpetual criminal or has mental problems, but it seems to me like he's probably got mental issues and should be in jail.
According to court documents, he was convicted of aggravated burglary in 2009, aggravated robbery with a deadly weapon in 2010. He is also facing a charge of invasion of privacy, peeping Tom, from 2024. Police say he was caught in the bathroom peering over a stall door to look at a woman undress.
Every time I hear about this, it brings to light more issues of safety and concerns.
I called and emailed Vanderbilt University spokesperson to ask why students were not alerted of Sunday's incident and what measures are Vanderbilt University taking to ensure the safety of students. I'm still waiting to hear back.
I mean, Vandy apparently didn't want to talk about what happened. Remember, and this is no knock on the police or the security guards, and by the way, people are piping in. Brian says Vandy's security/police are wimps. A lot of people dogging on Vandy. But remember that when seconds count, police or campus security, they're minutes away. And the sad part about all of this is that this guy, again, clearly criminal, has mental issues. I don't know if you heard, Joan, but one of the things that he was busted for was going into the women's bathroom and peering over the stall.
At a woman undressing.
A woman undressing.
That's fine.
Now,
he should be free.
Sure, he should be free. You know what, Joan? Just make the women's bathroom a man-free zone. I'm sure that'll work, right?
That'll do it, sure. Because criminals pay attention to rules.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, at Vanderbilt, you might have to get specific on,
Yeah, gender and all that?
Yeah.
By the way, this dude, again, was just busted a few months ago. So at least to me, it does seem like he needs to be in jail. And it does look, too, like the problem we have with this guy and all these other criminals. Whether we're talking about Nashville, whether we're talking about Memphis, you name the city. Their crimes just keep escalating. So this guy, again, clearly a criminal, clearly has mental issues, and he's not facing any real accountability or consequences for his actions. And yeah, this could have been really bad. And yet students, and I'm going to turn this into a two-way conversation. Students are left with no way to protect themselves because Vandy is a gun-free zone. You were telling me this off the air, and I don't know, Joan or Sam, I probably shouldn't wander into this without knowing all of the details, but you were telling me that the father of the woman murdered on the train in Charlotte is now speaking out.
No, and this is the other case.
The other case.
This was the case before. I'm sorry, Sam. This is the case before Irina Zarutska was killed.
Mm-hmm.
The case before.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the father is now speaking out, and the guy had 35 priors, or something like that.
If you listen to the guy, he says 35 effing priors.
Effing priors.
He was so mad at this. It was a panel discussion, like they had a discussion about why there's so much crime.
35.
And what happened was one of the board members, this was the city board, actually started talking about Irina Zarutska. And we're so sorry for your loss. And the guy said, hang on a minute. My daughter is, and said her name. He said, I can't believe you don't even know who my daughter is.
Oh, no.
It was horrifying. Mm-hmm. This guy was so mad.
Is there a video on this that we can actually...
There is.
There is, yeah.
That we can air without curse bombs?
Who was the official that got it wrong, Joan?
It was a town official, like the... a city official, a city board member.
While you guys look for that, we do have some interesting news out of Louisiana.
Okay.
Where the governor of Louisiana, a Republican, has now come out and said, his name is Jeff Landry, and he says, you know what? We need Trump's help here, too.
Let me say this. President Trump has amassed the best cabinet of public servants and folks who really want to fight crime, like General Bondi, Secretary Noem, FBI Director Kash Patel. These folks know how to keep Americans safe. And you know what? Tonight, we're sending the Department of War a request to send the National Guard, asking them to deploy the National Guard here in Louisiana into our cities like New Orleans and Baton Rouge and others, so we can continue to reduce the amount of violence on our streets. Why would you not want your citizens to be safe?
I mean, brings up a great point. By the way, Joan, Sam is telling me that just moments ago, we have found out that there was a machete attack on Trinity Lane.
Yep.
Here in Nashville.
This morning?
Yep.
Yeah.
One person was seriously injured in an attack Tuesday morning that reportedly involved a machete, according to authorities.
I was wondering, like, who's got a machete just on standby? You know, like, how big is it?
I mean, you know, to be classified as machete, it has to at least have like a 2.5 foot blade on it.
2.5 foot?
Yeah. Mine's got 3.
All right,
Metro Police were called around 2 a.m. Tuesday to the area of Whites Creek Pike and West Trinity Lane after the victim reported they were attacked with a machete. Officers render aid until emergency medical services arrived to transport them to Vanderbilt University Medical Center.
Well, so I don't know anything about this story, but typically, and Joan being from the East Coast, I know that you know that a machete is the chosen instrument of gang members. Of Tren de Aragua and MS-13.
Yeah.
So now I don't know if that's the case over there on Trinity Lane. I don't know anything about but I mean, I always find it interesting. Okay, so I don't know anything about machetes. So do they work like a pocket knife where you can?
No.
You just okay.
There's a sheath.
It's
okay.
It's a full
puppy.
It's what you would call a full tang blade, meaning the blade runs from the top all the way down to the handle.
All right, yeah, we got to go. 6:47, time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather goes, and people are telling me now where I can buy a machete. Of all the things I don't need, it is a machete.
Very resourceful people.
You don't need one until you need one.
Partly sunny and warm, high of 87 today, feeling like 88. Thanks for listening to Nashville's Morning News. 3566. My machete is 2 feet, but it still qualifies as a machete. 3476 says can you hide a machete in your pants?
I wouldn't say it's impossible. Probably difficult.
Make sure you got something on the blade, man.
I mean, I actually found mine at the bottom of a boat ramp when I was 4.
Oh, okay. Very good.
Who knows what it was used for?
Anyway, hopefully everybody's okay in the machete attack that was on Trinity Lane. And good morning. Real quick, hey, you guys want to hear a quick trash take?
Sure.
You know what trash take is, right?
Think you're going to let us know.
It's a dumb take. Yeah. It is a dumb take. Don Lemon has a trash take where he calls out white men.
He's so ridiculous.
I don't know.
What happened to him? Wow, he's always been this way.
Has he always been this moronic, or is it like a whiff of desperation? So here's what he said about white men. This is Don Lemon.
Wake up, white men. What the is wrong with you? But you're too dumb to even realize that because you're lazy and sitting in front of a computer or a phone, and you're just eating it up.
So what's funny is, he's talking about how white men want to hearken back to the old days where black people couldn't go to the same school as white people, and white men, wouldn't marry black women. Don Lemon is trying to say that is what white men want. We're clinging to the days of the past. According to Don Lemon, who, as he is saying, that white men are lazy in front of a computer, as Don Lemon is sitting in front of a computer.
To even realize that. because you're lazy and sitting in front of a computer or a phone,
right?
And you're just eating it up. Oh, my God, look at what they're doing. All of a sudden, my heritage is going to be over. That I want to live in a country where white kids go to white schools and white people marry each other. What is wrong with that? I want to grow up in the country that my great-grandfather grew up in. That country doesn't exist anymore.
Don Lemon. Do you know that's so funny? I don't know any person, any white male that believes in that, where white kids and black kids shouldn't go to school together, and black kids, or I should say black women, white men shouldn't marry. And so I don't know anybody who feels the way that Don Lemon is describing there.
Well, and to that point, are we holding whites-only college graduations around the country, or is it
Great point.
Black-only
We all across the country.
Mm-hmm.
It's not white lives matter. It's black lives matter. It's a lot of black-only graduations. So I think this is stupid. I call this a lazy trash take. The other thing it's so utterly predictable with Don Lemon, right? And by the way, everything that I've done today, I've posted on my X feed at Dan Manders Show. But it is utterly predictable. There are racist people on all sides, of course, but I see more, let's be honest, right? I see more racist comments out there from people like Don Lemon and Jasmine Crockett than I do anyone I know. They'll say that Charlie Kirk was racist, yet they can't provide any video. They can't supply any audio of Charlie Kirk saying anything racist. But this is from the side of let's tone down the rhetoric, right? Don Lemon. So for me, I think it is an absolute trash take. And I was also thinking, does anybody really believe what Don Lemon says anymore?
Oh, unfortunately they do. And to that point about Charlie Kirk, the one thing they're attacking him for right now, the one thing is that he disagreed with the medical examiner's report of George Floyd. So because of that, he's automatically racist. And so they're pushing that video around, and they're telling people to share it with your friends that say that Charlie Kirk wasn't a racist and all that.
Did Charlie Kirk ever on that video bring up George Floyd's skin color?
Never brought up his skin color.
Dude was pumped with fentanyl.
He had 11 milligrams per whatever in his system, which is enough to cause an overdose. But if you're a regular user, it's up for debate. That's where it's a gray area. And Charlie didn't agree with the analysis. That's all it was.
That's it. But that doesn't prove that the man's racist.
Exactly.
He had so many instances where he had great conversations with black people. And those videos are all over the place. By the way, I got another trash take from Jamal Bowman. I think somebody needs to do, I'm not going to be able, I'll do it at 7:35. I think somebody needs to do a wellness check on Jamal Bowman. Now, you remember Jamal Bowman, he was a congressman. I think that Jamal Bowman, after you hear this at 7:35, you will think, you know what? It is actually possible that Jamal Bowman is so stupid that he did believe that fire alarm was actually a door handle.
That's what I was going to ask you.
It is quite possible now after you hear this audio at 7:35. But coming up at 7:05 or 6, we do have Senator Bill Hagerty, who's going to join us, going to talk about the possible looming shutdown, Israel, and a whole lot more. It's all straight ahead. News with Joan is coming up at 7. Joan.
Yeah, a sad shooting out of Dixon County this morning. Also, a day of peaceful discourse. That's what one local county has planned for Charlie Kirk Day. We've got those stories coming up here at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. It is 6:54 on Super Talk 99.7. You know, your bathroom is one of the biggest selling points when it comes to getting your home sold. And Zintex can help you with a huge upgrade and a special price and offer just for my listeners. Now, let me tell you, it's Zintex, Zintex.com. You can upgrade your bathtub into a walk-in shower with grab bars and a bench seat from Zintex. This can help the older folks in your life, and a bathtub redesign can make your bathroom look spectacular. Now, your work is going to be done on time, in a day or less, and also on budget. Remember, one of the things I love about Zintex, they were voted one of the best places to work in the construction industry last year, and that means that they've got happy employees, which means that your customer service is going to be incredible. They were the 2022 winner of the Better Business Bureau Torch Award for Ethics. Zintex, Z-I-N-T-E-X. Now, that great offer for my listeners, you mentioned WTN, you get a free Kohler toilet and get $999 off your bathroom project, or enjoy no interest for 2 years. Whatever works best for you, because Zintex, they're always looking out for you. Z-I-N-T-E-X, Zintex.com. Hey, got great news, Joan.
What is it?
2630. My son, Morgan Christopher, was born yesterday at 2:07 p.m., healthy and perfect.
Nice.
Congratulations, 2630. By the way, got a big birthday today. Yeah, you know who's 1 year old today? My grandson.
Oh, is he?
1 year old today.
Nice.
Little Jameson.
He'll be driving the car next week. Honestly, it'll feel like that.
I know. This time goes by so fast. They're going to be a point of personal privilege. They're going to be moving down to Middle Tennessee from Indiana, hopefully very soon.
Nice.
I cannot wait. Amy is very excited. You know what that means, Joan? Is that we got more poopy diapers to change. Now, the great thing about me is I can sort of, kind of just hand the baby off to Amy. She's much better at poopy diapers than I am. So
You're trainable. I know you are.
No, you know
very,
what?
Very
Old dog,
trainable.
new tricks, man. That's not how it works.
I'll get you a clothespin for your nose. You'll be fine. You'll be just fine.
Anyway, congratulations, 2630. Congratulations to my daughter on a great first year raising Jameson, and cannot wait till they move closer to us here in Middle Tennessee, coming very soon. 7 o'clock on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Well, good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And breaking this morning, a 10-year-old boy has been shot in the head in Burns. Dixon County Sheriff's Office saying this happened about 1 o'clock this morning. Now, the boy is apparently alive, but the extent of his injury is not known at this point. Officials telling News 2 that the incident is believed to have been an accident. Other news, U.S. military leaders from across the globe are gathered in the D.C. area. They're meeting with President Trump and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth today.
A rare meeting of military brass gets underway today at Quantico Marine Corps Base in Virginia. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and President Trump will address hundreds of U.S. generals and admirals summoned from around the world. Now, sources say Hegseth will discuss the importance of the warrior ethos. Officers have not been told what this meeting is about, and the mystery is fueling concern and speculation.
ABC's Morgan Norwood. Hegseth left for Quantico from the Pentagon just moments ago. Metro Nashville police investigating a shootout that injured a 19-year-old man on a basketball court at Madison Park over the weekend. This man telling Channel 4 the park still looks like a crime scene Monday morning.
So when I came out here this morning, Monday morning, I see the blood on the court. And it's roped up here. First thing I thought to myself, oh, this is not good. So I immediately went on the inside.
Police believe that shootout involved 3 people. The victim transported to Vanderbilt University Medical Center. A pistol recovered. No arrests so far. And Sumner County schools are hosting a Charlie Kirk Day of Peaceful Civic Discourse. Happens on October 14th. Charlie Kirk's birthday, of course, despite at least one local media company calling this a controversial plan. The school board says the day will encourage everyone in Sumner County to listen, to hear, and to come together through respectful dialogue and mutual understanding in a way that honors the best of America for the future of our kids. Sumner County School says no classes will be interrupted that day. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Investors hoping to end the month on a positive note sent the major stock indexes higher Monday. The Dow Jones rose 69 points to close at 46,316. The S&P added 0.25%, the Nasdaq 0.5%. Shares in Boeing were higher after hours on reports that the U.S. planemaker is planning to build a replacement for its best-selling aircraft. The first 737 MAX was delivered in 2017. Within 3 years, it had been involved in 2 fatal crashes. The price of home improvement is going up. President Trump is setting new 25% tariffs on kitchen cabinets, bathroom vanities, and upholstered furniture. The tariff on imported lumber will rise by 10%.
And just one note about that report that Jim Ryan didn't sort of add to it is that the tariffs on home improvement goods like cabinetry only applies to goods that are made overseas, not to American-made goods.
Go get him, Joan.
Gosh, I hate
fact-checking ABC News in real time.
I feel like I have to do it all the time.
I know.
It is the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Well, they're still working on a crash scene in Midtown this morning. It's at Broadway and 16th. Murfreesboro, there's an accident on 24 eastbound side at Old Fort Parkway, exit 78. Then there's also a crash in South Nashville on 24 westbound. That's on the off-ramp to Murfreesboro Pike, exit 52. And that off-ramp is partially blocked by traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.706 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super text line is open at 615-737-9986. 615-737-WWTN. Want to get right to the Newsmaker hotline. Welcome on into the program, Senator Bill Hagerty. Senator, always great to talk to you. Let's talk shutdown. So, of course, we all know, I've been covering it this morning, that we are, about 15, 16 hours away from a possible shutdown. What's the latest?
Well, the latest is the Democrats seem to be dug in. They have no plan. Dan, it just seems that fight Trump, resist Trump, that seems to be their theme all the way along. And in fact, it's their resistance that has landed us here. We've not been able to process the appropriation bills that the Senate normally should process, because Chuck Schumer has blocked the floor, denied us the ability to even put President Trump's appointees into office. I don't know if I've shared these data with you before, but if you go back to Bill Clinton, when he put his nominees in front of the U.S. Senate, 98% of them passed through a normal process called consent. Swiftly, quickly done, they were put into office. By Barack Obama's turn, it was 90%. Today, we are at 0%. That means that Chuck Schumer is forcing every one of our nominees through this extensive cloture process. They did it to me when I was nominated to be U.S. Ambassador to Japan, shut down the Senate for 30 hours to debate my nomination to be U.S. Ambassador to Japan. At the end of the day, 88 senators voted for me. It wasn't controversial. They're just doing this to delay. These delay tactics have prevented us from being able to process our appropriations bills. We're close. We're asking them to move the line on into November, to just extend the Biden budget, if you can believe this, that they've all voted for before. But instead, they'd rather demand an extra $1 trillion of expenditures, and they're going to shut the government down. And they're going to precipitate, I think President Trump's been clear, they're going to precipitate and accelerate the firings of more redundant federal employees that they've been seemingly so concerned about. They're actually going to be the ones to drop the hammer on these employees next.
Senator Bill Hagerty is joining us. One of the things that Schumer is out there saying is that the Republicans have not included the Democrats in the negotiation with all of this. And I'm assuming that that's BS, because that's not necessarily how things work. But tell me about how the negotiations have been going there in the Senate and the House.
Well, Chuck Schumer shouldn't be involved in the negotiation. The negotiation should be happening on the floor of the Appropriations Committee, which he does not serve on. What he's done is denied us the ability to do that. The type of negotiation he's talking about are the backroom deals that Washington is so famous for, Dan. He wants to be able to negotiate in a back room. He wants to be able to hijack the American public. He wants to be able to threaten to shut the government down so he can get what he wants, in this case, an extra $1 trillion worth of wasteful spending. They're not willing to come to the table on a rational basis and work with us and negotiate with us. That's the deal in front of them on the table right now. Extend this. Let's finish the appropriations process, where his colleagues and the Democrats in the Senate are all well represented on the Appropriations Committee. But rather than do that, he'd rather try to force some sort of backroom deal. And again, this $1 trillion demand, is something that they've just cooked up. Nobody knows the full details of it, but this is a typical Chuck Schumer signature deal.
One of the things, let's talk about the sticking points. Of course, we know that one of the things that they want to do is fund health benefits for illegal aliens. And earlier I mentioned this, and our super text line blew up because there are so many Americans that simply cannot afford health insurance, yet the Democrats want to give free health benefits to illegal aliens. That is really, and I don't know if you're on TikTok, Senator, probably not, but there's a lot of people on TikTok and Instagram, and these are young Americans who are really angry because they don't have a job that helps provide for health insurance, and they can't afford it on, of course, the Obamacare exchanges since that whole thing took place. So they're questioning why exactly is it that the Democrats want to give health benefits to illegal aliens when Americans can't even afford it?
Well, it seems clear that they have not gotten off of their desire to continue to try to attract, and again, this is an incentive for people to enter our country illegally. They can get free health care. They continue to try to create these incentives. I put the legislation forward. Every single Democrat has voted against it, every Republican for it, by the way, to stop counting illegals in the census for the purpose of allocating congressional districts and electoral votes. That's the motive behind what the Democrats are doing. That's the reason that Joe Biden destroyed our border, and that's the reason people like Chuck Schumer continue to want to incentivize more illegal immigration, is because they're trying to backfill the blue cities that are located in sanctuary states, all of them which are losing normal citizens to states like ours in Tennessee. But you think about Illinois, you think about California, you think about New York. Where are the sanctuary cities? Los Angeles, San Francisco, Chicago, Manhattan. They're losing population, and they're backfilling it with illegal immigrants. We've caught them on, in multiple circumstances, Democrat leaders saying they've got to have these illegals to save their congressional districts. That's what's going on, and this is just another manifestation of that. I think the American public has caught on to this. Chuck Schumer is bankrupting the American healthcare system for the sake of gaining more power.
So Chuck Schumer, I mean, it's clear he is worried about being reelected. He's coming up in a few years for reelection. AOC hot on his trail. As a matter of fact, polling in New York shows that AOC would beat him soundly in a primary. So people are saying that this time it just feels different. You've been there for a while now, Senator. Does this possible shutdown looming, does it feel different to you this time?
It feels like, I think you've actually hit the nail on the head, Dan. It's as if it were a test of Chuck Schumer's manhood, because they have no good argument. They've already voted for this budget. They're the reason that we're here, that we don't have the appropriations finished. That's, again, the Democrats' fault, their obstructionism. And now they've come up with all of these demands because when Chuck Schumer agreed to keep the government open in March, voted for this same continuing resolution, he was accused of taking a knee to Trump. AOC had a field day with this, saying that Chuck Schumer caved to Trump. So he's basically aligning with her arguments, which is fight Trump at every turn, no matter what the destruction might be to the American people, to our nation. It's all about sticking it to Trump, about fighting Trump. And so it seems to me that he's just going along with the far left cry of his party. I don't think he has any plan to navigate through all of this. I think it's going to be a very disastrous situation. We've got storms looming that could turn into hurricanes. It's very reckless to be doing this at this point in time, to shut the federal government down when we have wars going on abroad, when we have, major catastrophes potentially looming in the Caribbean right now if hurricanes come to shore. We all saw what happened with Helene. And Chuck Schumer's solution to all of this, let's just shut the government down.
Senator Bill Hagerty is joining us. Senator, coming up, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, just real quick so people know where I'm going. Of course, big news with Israel and Donald Trump. He's put out a big, major plan to find peace between Israel and Hamas. I'm going to ask you about that. Also, I'm going to ask you about health care generally speaking, because a lot of people do want to know, okay, so is there a way that we can work to make health care cheaper? Obviously, the Democrats are not going to help, and I'm going to ask you about that as well coming up next. Got some problems out on the roads, though, at 7:15. Time to check the traffic on WTN. Sunny and warm, high of 87. All right, so Senator, let's talk about what can be done to try to help the American people with health care, because it is expensive.
It's terribly expensive, and it's terribly inefficient. That's because the government's involvement is so extensive in it. One thing that we're aiming to do, and again, this has precipitated a lot of Chuck Schumer's wrath, is that we want to take people off of the government health care that don't deserve to be on it. Here we're talking about the illegal aliens that you and I just discussed a few minutes ago. Why should American taxpayers be funding their health care and depriving citizens of their ability to access their own? It makes the whole system more expensive. If you've been to an emergency room lately, it's flooded with people and translators and languages from every country being spoken. We have seen 10 to 20 million people flood our nation just in the past 4 years before President Trump got into office, and that is having severe consequences on our healthcare system. It's breaking it. So that's the first step, is to stop incentivizing and stop paying for those that shouldn't be on the healthcare system to be subsidizing them. Similarly, for those people that are well capable of working, I'm talking about able-bodied people between the ages of 18 and 64 that don't have dependents, that are not disabled. If they're not willing to work at least 20 hours a week, Dan, come on.
Yep.
Then they should not be entitled to free health care. I think the American public, American taxpayers, tired of subsidizing those that could be working and aren't, and those that shouldn't be in this country and are. So those are two major steps of cleaning this up. And then I think we need to take a very hard look at the inefficiencies and how the government administers these programs, the fraud in it. There's work going on right now. I'm very confident that we will see real progress. But instead of screaming and clutching the pearls when doja arrives, we should be opening our arms and embracing a fix to the system, because it is upside down right now.
All right, real quick, Israel and Hamas, this is very big news this morning, was yesterday as well. President Trump has the agreement of a whole bunch of Middle Eastern countries and also, of course, Israel on this. I think it's a 21-point plan to effectively find peace in the Middle East between Israel and Hamas. What are you hearing? I know that really the ball is in Hamas's court.
It is. I talked with Steve Witkoff recently. Steve is President Trump's envoy to navigate all of this on the ground. He's doing a terrific job. President Trump brought in a business person that understands actually how to negotiate deals. This, in business parlance, this is the best and final offer to Hamas. And what President Trump has done brilliantly is he's brought on board everyone in the neighborhood and socialized this. They all agree this is what Hamas must do. There is a carrot and a stick here. The stick is very clear. President Trump is going to step back and let Israel do what it must if they refuse to do this. The carrot is they'll have a chance to see Gaza revitalized. They'll see new investment. It'll have to be under new management, of course, but that'll be a chance for the people of Gaza, the Palestinians, to actually have a future. I hope that the Palestinian populace there in Gaza is watching this very closely, and they realize how Hamas and Hamas's leadership have completely jeopardized their future. They've destroyed their way of life. This is their last chance. This is their best chance to move forward, and I hope that Hamas listens and heeds.
One of my worries, Senator, is that you can't trust Hamas. You can't trust Iran as well. I'm assuming there would be some sort of an apparatus in place to monitor, to make sure that Iran and Hamas are not working together, even if there is some sort of a peace agreement, a peace accord, that Hamas is not able to slither back in and plot a surprise attack on Israel again.
Yes, I think it's going to take an extremely diligent perspective, but that's the important aspect of President Trump reaching out to neighbors like Egypt, to Qatar, to everyone in the neighborhood to say, look, we're all going to be involved in implementing peace and prosperity here. We're not going to turn it over to the UN as proven, as feckless as they possibly could be. In fact, they were involved in the Hamas attacks. You look at their UN Relief Workers Agency. No, we're going to actually rely on the countries in the neighborhood that have a vested interest in peace and security there, partner with them and make certain that what's delivered on the ground is peaceful, that it delivers prosperity at the same time. And again, Hamas can no longer manage this situation. They have to go.
Real quick, last question. We do have the National Guard supposed to be either today or at some point this week going into Memphis. Clearly, Memphis has a lot of crime problems. What are your thoughts?
Dan, I've been thinking about this for a long time. Since I was a kid, we've had problems with crime in Memphis. When I recruited companies to come to Tennessee, we had issues getting them to come to Memphis because of crime. We have a shot. I started this work back in November of last year with the mayor of Memphis, Paul Young. Those conversations led to the initial step of putting together a strike force. That strike force ended its work about 2.5 weeks ago. We've already nabbed about 500 of the worst criminals in Memphis. This was the quiet, stealth FBI maneuver, tripled the number of FBI, added more DEA officials there, and we have made a major first strike. President Trump saw the success of this, and it's now not just the National Guard. That's what gets the media. 16 federal agencies are involved, and even including the IRS, because these gangs that operate there have illicit revenue streams. We're going to charge these criminals federally. That means they're not going to the Shelby County Jail. They're going to Leavenworth. That's what we need, is to get these criminals out of our state. That's what's going to be underway starting again this week, a major effort. And Governor Lee and I pledged to the people of Memphis that we will put in place the resources long term to fill the gap. They've been consistently under-resourced when it comes to law enforcement. And rather than argue about, poor allocation of resources in the past, we're there to say we're going to help get this right going forward.
Senator, always great to have you on, and we'll talk to you again soon. And again, appreciate your perspective here on Nashville's Morning News.
Thank you, Dan. Always great to be with you. Thanks.
All right, 722 on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. And it looks like Secretary of War. Is that what we're calling him? Secretary of War?
Yeah, it's a pretty nice title.
It is, and he is now speaking to. Let's just take this for like a couple of like 90 seconds. I want to hear what Pete Hegseth is saying in this much anticipated meeting. Joan, are you listening to this, by the way?
I was just listening.
You want it up?
Yeah, we pull it up real quick.
And real military capabilities. The War Department is tackling and prioritizing all of these things. And I'll be giving a speech next month that'll showcase the speed, innovation, and generational acquisition reforms we are undertaking urgently. Likewise, the nature of the threats we face in our hemisphere and in deterring China is another speech for another day, coming soon. This speech today, as I drink my coffee, this speech today is about people, and it's about culture. The topic today is about the nature of ourselves. Because no plan, no program, no reform, no formation will ultimately succeed unless we have the right people and the right culture at the War Department. If I've learned one core lesson in my 8 months in this job, it's that personnel is policy. Personnel is policy. The best way to take care of troops is to give them good leaders committed to the warfighting culture of the department. Not perfect leaders, good leaders. Competent, qualified, professional, agile, aggressive, innovative, risk-taking, apolitical, faithful to their oath and to the Constitution. Eugene Sledge, in his World War II memoir, wrote, quote, "War is brutish, inglorious, and a terrible waste. Combat leaves an indelible mark on those who are forced to endure it. The only redeeming factors are my comrades' incredible bravery and their devotion to each other. In combat, there are thousands of variables, as I learned in Iraq and Afghanistan, and as so many of you did in so many more places. Leaders can only control about 3 of them. You control how well you're trained, mostly how well you're equipped, and the last variable is how well you lead. After that, you're on your own. Our warfighters are entitled to be led by the best and most capable leaders. That is who we need you all to be."
All right, so it sounds like, Joan, it's a nice pep talk,
Yep.
I suppose. Now, before we chimed in, and we can't take the whole thing, but before we chimed in, what was he saying? You said that you were monitoring it. Did he have anything else to say?
No, I mean, it really does seem like a pep talk. Times are changing. We need to change. It's why we're culture. It's why we're calling ourselves Department of War. Here's how it's going to be framed. There's no specifics right now. That'll all happen behind closed doors in a while.
Well, remember, so Trump is going to be making an announcement later on, and then there's going to be some executive orders signed around 2 o'clock.
So I was listening a little bit before, and he is also laying out kind of a new mantra that we're going to have peace through strength, and that if you FA, you will FO.
FA?
And FO.
Oh, God. FA.
Fool around and find out.
Yes.
See?
I know that yesterday was like National Coffee Day. I think I need to celebrate it today and have another cup because I'm a little slow on the uptake. Hey, Joan, what's coming up in the news?
Yeah, we'll have more Pete Hegseth's words here in a couple of minutes. Also, we'll tell you who is saying, yeah, we're headed for a shutdown. It's coming up here at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 7:25, Nashville's Morning News. The weather in Middle Tennessee can get crazy, which is why you need a backup home standby generator from my friends at the Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. You get a free quote. You get peace of mind when you have one installed. When the power goes out in your neighborhood, the Generator Supercenter is going to keep your power in your home on. Now, they do feature expert installation. They do feature 24-hour monitoring. They do feature financing, which is available. They're not going to leave you in the dark. Call them and tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-879-1952. 615-879-1952. Find them online anytime. Generator Supercenter of Nashville.com. Dan Mandis here for my friends at Brentwood Jewelry. Now, this is the official jewelry store of my house. If you've got a special occasion coming up, you need a special gift, and Brentwood Jewelry is that special place for you to go. Now, for the lady in your life, they've got necklaces and bracelets and rings and earrings. And for the guys, money clips and cufflinks, and they've got watches for everyone and every budget. Now, if you've got a family heirloom, maybe it's an old watch that needs repair, maybe it is a ring that needs to be reset, Brentwood Jewelry, they can do it for you, again, at reasonable prices. They've got terrific merchandise, great prices as well for every budget. Now, Brentwood Jewelry is a family-owned business. They've been in Middle Tennessee for over 50 years. Brentwood Jewelry is the official jewelry store of my house, and they are here to help you. Find them online, BrentwoodJewelry.com, or in person, 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Exceptional style, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. BrentwoodJewelry.com.
Good morning. Now 7:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories happening right now. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth is addressing senior military officials at Quantico.
The moment requires restoring and refocusing our defense industrial base, our shipbuilding industry, and onshoring all critical components. It requires, as President Trump has done, getting our allies and partners to step up and share the burden.
After that speech, attendees are going indoors to a secure area at Quantico. They're going to get down to business at that time. President Trump's 20-point plan to end the war in Gaza is now in the hands of Hamas negotiators, presented to them by Qatar's prime minister and Egypt's intelligence chief. Hamas says that they would review it, quote, in good faith. ABC News' Mary Bruce.
Netanyahu made very clear that if Hamas refuses to accept this, then in his words, Israel will finish the job by itself. And President Trump made very clear that he would support that, saying that if Hamas doesn't get on board, then Netanyahu would have his full backing to do what he has to do, without detailing what that would look like.
Meantime, the Israeli Defense Forces continue the operation there to take control of Gaza City. Cheatham County Schools, the latest district in this area to add weapons detection systems to protect classrooms. Channel 4's Brendan Tierney.
These open gate scanners are going to be installed here at Sycamore High School starting on Tuesday. Will eventually be used at all middle and high school entrances. In a letter to families, the principal says the systems will create a safer environment by keeping guns and other weapons out of buildings.
They're hoping to have all the systems working by the fall break. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 7:33, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. Dan Mandis here for Synergen X and Low T Center. You know, they've been changing the lives of men across the country for over a decade. And it's not just talk, it is true. Now, what can they do? And specifically, what can they do for you? I'm telling you guys, if you've been thinking about testosterone, or if you've noticed that you're getting older, more tired, not motivated to do anything, and it's not just aging, it is a physical and mental change to your body. Well, here's the deal. Testosterone can actually help. My friends at Low T Center and Synergen X, they can indeed help you. Now, they can help you do better at love, at work, and at the gym. Now, Synergen X and Low T Center, they have clinics conveniently located around town. You have the power to choose if you want to be treated in the clinic or if you want to receive at-home treatment. But either way, it all starts with a quick test at the center. As always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. So, guys, what are you waiting for? Just imagine how much better you will feel when you take back your health. Restore your energy and get on with the rest of your life. Book your appointment now at fixmylowt.com. That is fixmylowt.com. You'll be wishing that you did sooner.
Okay, quite a few problems now. We've got problems this morning in Avondale on West Trinity Lane, eastbound side at I-65 where there's a crash in the left lane block. Murfreesboro, Old Fort Parkway at John Rice Boulevard, a crash. I-440 westbound at just before I-65, exit 5. There's a crash in the left shoulder. You've got a problem this morning on 24 westbound, pretty slow around Sam Ridley Parkway. That's because of a crash that's taking up the right shoulder. And another accident, Nolensville Pike at I-440. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.37 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. I got a little playfully salty, Joan.
You did?
With one of the super texters.
Okay.
So this is what he says. This is 2547. Local news was switching to Good Morning America as I was walking out the door this morning, and with all that is going on, she says, their big headline was that Trump shared a deep fake video on social media overnight. So, I don't know. Is that the one that we played earlier with the...
Yeah.
Are they really making a big deal out of that?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. He
All
shares fake news. Don't you know that, Dan?
Fake news.
Yeah.
Fake news. So, I texted back to said person at 2547, LOL, that's why you need to watch us on YouTube at home. Problem solved.
There you go.
It is... Because we don't waste any time here.
Except for that one Justin Bieber song.
Shut up, Sam. By the way, if you watch us on YouTube, we're talking about this. So we just got off the phone with Senator Hagerty, and we're talking about health care. Earlier in the broadcast, I was playing audio of a woman who was really angry. I mean, she was MFing this, MFing that, because the Democrats want to give hundreds of billions of dollars of, free medical benefits to illegal aliens. And she wants to know, what about America? What about us? So I made a joke. What we ought to do is Schumer had an American flag lapel on his jacket. And I said, you take off the American flag, and what you need to do is put on a whole bunch of foreign flags, like the flag of Mexico, the flag of Honduras, El Salvador, all of these other places where all of these illegal aliens are coming from, because that truly is who Chuck Schumer really does truly represent. He doesn't represent American citizens. He wants all of these illegal aliens to get all of these medical benefits. Well, so Sam, of course, being the genius that he is, he went ahead and he put something together, Joan. If you follow, where is this? Can people find it on your page?
They can find it on my page. They might see you mentioned at the Dan Mandis Show if they want to find it on Sam P. Rutherford on X. It's
and
right
if you're
there.
watching on YouTube, so it is Chuck Schumer, and he's got all the lapel pins of all of these foreign nations. I don't pretend to know which ones they are, but I'm assuming they're all the pins of these nations where all these foreigners are coming into America illegally, and that's what Chuck Schumer wants.
I typed in add flag pins of Central and South American countries, and boy, did it just fill up the other side of his lapel.
And I like how he's holding a piece of paper that says "Screw citizens."
Yep.
But you need to adjust that where it's got to say "Screw U.S. citizens."
That's too much for
Is it too much for ChatGPT?
So ChatGPT created Chuck Schumer's pins, and then Grok added the text, because AI really struggles with typing out words still for whatever reason.
Got it. You know what? Maybe in a couple of weeks.
Maybe.
Because AI is working.
As it learns.
As it learns. That's exactly right. I think Senator Hagerty, I think he's absolutely right about Chuck Schumer, and I brought this up earlier. about how things do feel different in Washington, D.C., where there is, and even Donald Trump said, and, looming shutdown, it is 12:01 tomorrow morning after midnight is when the government will shut down.
When you're getting up to have your first cup of coffee.
When I'm getting up to have my first cup of coffee, the government will officially be shut down. So they really are freaking out about this this AI commercial with Hakeem Jeffries.
But they're not freaking out about the fact that Chuck Schumer's been a elected official since 1981, and I don't know if he's ever accomplished anything significant.
No. Let me see if I can grab it real quick, because it is funny. And it is on my Twitter feed, because we played it way earlier in the broadcast, but I want to see if I can find it again for folks, because it is funny. It is very funny. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. Dadgummit.
Go to my page. It's right there. That way you make sure you get the clean version.
Yes. Sam P.
Rutherford.
Sam P. Rutherford. By the way, Joan, you're monitoring Pete Hegseth and his and his speech.
I have some really good stuff from that speech.
Go ahead while I'm trying to find this thing. Yeah,
okay.
Go ahead.
All right.
CNN switched to a poll.
Wait, hold on one sec.
Formations, or really any formation, and see fat troops. Likewise, it's completely unacceptable to see fat generals and admirals in the halls of the Pentagon and leading commands around the country and the world. It's a bad look. It is bad, and it's not who we are. So whether you're an airborne ranger or a chairborne ranger, a brand new private or a 4-star general, you need to meet the height and weight standards and pass your PT test.
Don't you just love that?
So
more fat generals.
He's going after the fat general. So how many generals are like sitting there thinking, "Oh, I knew I shouldn't have had the donuts."
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
You imagine that they had like a table out front before they sat down, and there was donuts on one side and like maybe some oatmeal bars on the other.
Oh, you know what?
In the herd.
And they probably have cameras trying to see who actually grabbed the donuts and who grabbed the fruit or the oat bars or whatever it is. So, okay, so it sounds like he's throwing down, a bit of a gauntlet, and I personally love that. And now the question is, somebody said that what they were going to do was make these generals and these admirals see if they could, do a workout.
They have to pass a test. They're going to have a test.
Is that what they're going to do, Joan?
They're going to have to meet height and weight requirements. If you're this tall, you can't weigh more than this. And you've got to be able to do so many push-ups, so many chin-up, whatever it is. They've got to pass a physical exam now every single year.
I think they call them pull-ups.
That too.
Chin-ups, the thing like that?
Pull-up, yeah. I think
Sam,
girls
how many?
do
Okay,
chin-ups.
so how many of those could you do, Sam?
Chin-ups are easier, so probably about, 10 before I'd give out.
Joan?
Pull-ups, I'm going to go for like 3.
What's the difference between a chin-up and a pull-up?
So chin-up is the underhanded grip.
Okay.
And you're pulling just to your chin. A pull-up is a wide-handed grip with your hands facing forward, and you're pulling
your whole okay,
yeah,
got it.
your whole weight up. Trying to get kind of to your
Can you
chest.
do any of those, Dan?
I think I'd be able to walk to the park where I could find such things to do such things.
I like weights more than I like my own weight.
And then I would stop there. All right, coming up, I do have the clean version of what apparently local news and mainstream media is hyperventilating over, which is Donald Trump sending out what are they calling it again? A AI
deep fake.
Oh, that's right, a deep fake video.
Come on, they're cheap fakes because
Cheap fakes, deep fakes.
Yeah.
We're going to
That's
play
what our
that
girl
because
calls
it is. I'm telling you, folks, it is really funny, and it's coming up next, 7:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather goes, looks like it's going to be partly sunny today, warm, high of 87, going to feel like 88. By the way, 25-47. I'm going to take this as a compliment. 25-47, and by the way, it's a she. She says, I don't start listening until my drive because I haven't had my Monster Energy yet. No way I can keep up with Dan until I've had my monster. I'll take that is a compliment, right?
Yeah.
All right, very good. Thank you for that. All right, you ready for this? If you're watching us on YouTube or any of the other places you can watch us, you will laugh along with all of us, but it's great. It's great audio, too. You've got Chuck Schumer. Hakeem Jeffries is there, and Hakeem...
That's Hakeem Hefe.
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. He's got a sombrero on, and he's got a mustache with handlebars, and it's like dyed black, so he looks very Spanish or Mexican or whatever. And this is what Chuck Schumer has to say in this deep fake, cheap fake video that was posted by Donald Trump, and a lead story apparently on all the news stations.
Look, guys, there's no way to sugarcoat it. Nobody likes Democrats anymore. We have no voters left because of all of our woke trans bull. Not even black people want to vote for us anymore. Even Latinos hate us. So we need new voters. And if we give all these illegal aliens free health care, we might be able to get them on our side so they can vote for us. They can't even speak English, so they won't realize we're just a bunch of woke pieces of shit, you know? At least for a while, until they learn English and they realize they hate us too. Look, guys.
You know what the funny thing is? Where is he wrong? Like, even deep fake, cheap fake Chuck Schumer is actually right there. The reason why they're doing this, and I mean, we just had Senator Bill Hagerty on. Reason why Democrats are doing this, and they're killing their own party, by the way. They're killing their own party because people are sick to death of being put after illegal aliens, because that is what's going on. And so the more that they do this, the more we are going to have people that are incredibly angry about the fact that, as I spoke about this with Bill Hagerty, people are frustrated because they can't afford health insurance. Here's the audio that I've played a number of times today. And the reason I'm playing this particular piece of audio is because, I could play the audio from J.D. Vance. I could play the audio from Donald Trump. I could play the audio from any number of well-paid senators and representatives, congressmen, and so forth. But how do the people of America feel about what the Democrats are doing, putting illegal aliens in front of the American people?
The Democrats want to give away $1.4 billion of free money to the immigrants for health care. And if the other side don't agree with it, they talking about shutting down the how the do you bite so hard for everybody but your own people? I'm sorry. What about us? What about us struggle to pay for health care? Yep. And even though we pay a fortune, it still ain't enough. Are you kidding me?
Nope, not kidding you. See, that's why the Democrats, and that's why the deep fake, cheap fake Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries video is actually real. Yeah. In the sense that, you know what? Nobody likes their woke policies anymore. The Democrats know that they are as irrelevant as ever. Everyone knows that the only reason why Chuck Schumer is still around right now is because he has not been up for re-election since he, I'm air quoting here, caved to the Republicans the first time. And so now he's holding firm. Well, then guess what's going to happen? People like this woman are going to notice that they're putting illegal aliens and their health benefits ahead of her and other Americans.
I was going to say CNN had a poll up. They cut from Hegseth's speech that he's got going right now, and they were showing a poll from Democrats on, are you confident that there are capable leaders within the party? And it was 54% of Democrats said no to both sides. 35% said, well, yeah, we have some. And then, 11% of only 11% said anything nice about Republicans. So 54% say that neither party has good leaders in it.
Yeah.
And that 35% of the pollsters said their own party doesn't have any good leaders in it.
What? And I think the Republican Party, though, is far more behind their leaders than the Democrats are behind theirs.
That's why they call us a cult.
Is that why they call us a cult? Is that what it is?
Even
Very
though
good.
they're the ones, separating families over politics, which is what a cult would do. It would separate you from your
That's
family.
exactly right. Thank you, Sam. It is 7:51 on Nashville's Morning News. And Joan has been monitoring Pete Hegseth and his big speech. Joan, do you have anything else? Any good, tasty, delicious audio from Pete Hegseth?
Yeah. Okay. You ready for this one?
Yes.
So this is him. Now, he's going to be called a sexist. I got to let you know, they're going to be all over him after this part of the speech. He's talking about the standards of physical fitness. And here we go.
That are arriving at your commands as we speak and in your inbox. Today, at my direction, each service will ensure that every requirement for every combat MOS, for every designated combat arms position, returns to the highest male standard only. Because this job is life or death. Standards must be met. And not just met, at every level, we should seek to exceed the standard, to push the envelope, to compete. It's common sense. And core to who we are and what we do, it should be in our DNA.
Boom.
Wow.
Yeah.
What a sexist.
Yep. He's going to be called all kinds of names after today.
Well, you know what? I mean, he's right. I mean, this is life or death.
It is.
I don't know, Joan. I'm not a female, although some of you might disagree. But how do you feel about that, Joan?
I feel like that's the core mission of the people who serve in our military is to protect us. If you're a fat general sitting in your armchair, calling on a fat military member to protect me, and they can't because they're too fat and out of shape, they're not protecting us.
I can't help but think about that assistant fire chief in L.A. saying that, your husband got himself in the wrong spot if I have to rescue him from a burning house. Like, come on.
Yeah.
So you want to do a quick Daily Dan poll? Because we've fallen off the daily poll. So let's try to make a concerted effort to get those back. So go to YouTube, and which should we do? Do you want to do the male standards, or do you want to do the overweight generals and admirals? Which one should we do?
I feel like the male standards got more zest to it.
All right, let's do the male standards. So do you agree that the U.S. military should only have one standard, and that is the standards that they have for males? So there you go.
For military, or for the combat ready and arms carrying positions. Let's clarify that.
Okay, it is 7:53. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. Joan has the news coming up at 8 o'clock. Joan.
Yeah, we'll have more on what Pete Hegseth is talking about before this room full of generals and admirals this morning. Also, we are teetering on the brink of a federal shutdown. What's that doing to the stock market at this very moment? We're still pre-market trading, but we'll take a look at what's happening on Wall Street coming up here at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:59, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, very quickly, we are doing a Daily Dan poll. Real quick, what are the results so far? Where Pete Hegseth is now thrown down that in the military roles, they're in the combat roles in the military, they are going to have one standard, and that is for everyone. And he says it's going to be the male standard. So
94% yes. So I'm very curious as to the 6% no who disagree with Hegseth's new combat MOS standard.
Well, they're the hate listeners, Sam. They're the hate listeners.
I'd like to see the hate listeners do some pull-ups.
Hey, you want to hear? How much time do we have?
There's more if you want to hear this.
Okay, go ahead. And then next few minutes, I've got some great audio from Rosie O'Donnell.
Ooh.
All right, so go ahead.
All right, so this is him talking about the DEI and LGBTQ plus statements that had to be put out by the military.
An entire generation of generals and admirals were told that they must parrot the insane fallacy that, quote, our diversity is our strength. Of course, we know our unity is our strength. They had to put out dizzying DEI and LGBTQI plus statements. They were told females and males are the same thing, or that males who think they're females is totally normal. They were told that we need a green fleet and electric tanks. They were told to kick out Americans who refuse an emergency vaccine. They followed civilian policies set by foolish and reckless political leaders.
Man.
There you go.
I just feel like he's on fire.
He's bringing the thunder.
Yeah.
That is Pete Hegseth as he addresses top military leaders. Joan is going to have an update on that and a whole lot more straight ahead. It is Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And of those top stories, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth still addressing generals and admirals in a group televised session at Quantico Marine Base at this moment. He's announcing that the military field test is back.
Today, at my direction, we are also adding a combat field test for combat arms units that must be executable in any environment at any time and with combat equipment. These tests, they'll look familiar. They'll resemble the Army Expert Physical Fitness Assessment or the Marine Corps Combat Fitness Test. I'm also directing that warfighters in combat jobs execute their service fitness test at a gender-neutral, age-normed male standard scored above 70%. It all starts with physical fitness and appearance.
Yeah, Hegseth also announcing that all military members will be required to undergo a physical fitness test and weigh in twice a year. We've got more from Pete Hegseth in the moments to come. Now, the federal government is teetering on the brink of a shutdown, which would come at midnight tonight. Republicans refusing to negotiate for any benefits for illegal aliens or to restore Medicaid cuts. Tennessee Congressman John Rose.
We're trying to use this as a leverage point to achieve a radical leftist agenda.
Senate Majority Leader John Thune planning to force the Senate to vote today over and over again, looking to get Democrats on the record. A machete attack reported overnight in Nashville. News 2's Megan Fee saying this happened during a dispute between the victim and an acquaintance.
This is reported around 2 a.m. near Whites Creek Pike and Trinity Lane, north of downtown. Officers treated that victim on scene, then took them to Vanderbilt University Medical Center, and they say they have critical injuries.
The attack reportedly taking place inside of a home at that location. In Charlotte, North Carolina, yesterday, families of violent crime victims slamming prosecutors who continue to allow repeat offenders to walk the streets. It comes after the stabbing death of Ukrainian refugee Irina Zarutska on a commuter train.
Stephen Federico says his 22-year-old daughter Logan was shot and killed during a home invasion. Alexander Dickey, a man with a long criminal record, was charged with the crime.
Who was arrested 39 times.
Mia Alderman says her 20-year-old granddaughter Mary Collins was murdered back in 2020. 3 of the people charged in the case have yet to go on trial.
We need to ensure that those accused of heinous crimes are swiftly
prosecuted.
Both families pressing lawmakers to keep repeat offenders behind bars and not give bail to anyone accused of a violent crime.
That's ABC's Perry Russum reporting. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Maybe some shutdown jitters on Wall Street right now. The Dow futures are minus 45, S&P futures losing 4. NASDAQ futures have risen just 1 point. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, so we have problems this morning on 40. Make that 440 in Berry Hill, I-440 westbound, just before I-65. There's a crash. The left shoulder is blocked off by it. Then West Trinity Lane, eastbound side in Avondale, a crash blocking the left lane right at I-65. You have a crash on 840 eastbound before I-65. That one's in Franklin. And then in Jolton on 24 eastbound side at the Harper Road overpass. It's stop and go traffic up to a crash scene that's blocking the left lane. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.807 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So, Joan, this is interesting.
Yeah.
Real quick, let me do this and do this and do this. So President Trump is talking, and he's not playing games. So they're asking him about the generals.
Yeah.
And Pete Hegseth saying, you know what, if you don't, if you are not physically able to do the job, then, you're going to be out. Listen to what Trump said.
So I'm going over, I'm going to be meeting with generals and with admirals and with leaders. And if I don't like somebody, I'm going to fire them right on the spot.
He's going to fire them right on the spot. Holy mackerel.
He is the commander-in-chief.
He is a commander-in-chief.
Well, also just, iconically, you're fired.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to play it one more time.
Amazing.
So I'm going over, I'm going to be meeting with generals and with admirals and with leaders. And if I don't like somebody, I'm going to fire them right on the spot.
And off he goes. So there you go. President Trump.
That's
going to be fun.
Yeah, this...
You're fired.
This is the most anticipated and long delayed shift in policy for the military in just decades.
Well, yeah, and I think that we all have watched the decline of the military when it comes to, drag shows, when it comes to a decline in people wanting to join the military. There's been a certain wokeness, obviously, about the military. And so for me, I can't wait to see how this whole thing plays out. I mean, part of the conversation is the fact that under Joe Biden, we didn't have anybody that wanted to join the military. Recruitment was underwater. And then Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump come along, and not only do they have that incredibly precise military action against Iran, but recruitment is up as well. So I love that Pete Hegseth is talking tough. I don't know if you've noticed, Joan, but the media has been out there with knives out for Pete Hegseth. I don't know if you saw this, but I woke up this morning.
Yeah. Okay,
and
good.
They're talking about how, he is manic and he's got this huge temper. His wife is making outrageous demands. And here's the funny thing. I have so little faith. In the Democrats and the media. I didn't even bother to read the story. Like, that's how little faith I have in the Democrats these days and the media.
Where did you see it?
Everywhere. A Daily Mail was one.
Okay.
And by the way, I like the Daily Mail.
Yeah.
But also USA Today, I think the Tennessean, and so on. So anyway, we'll see how this whole thing goes. Did you hear any other really good audio before I cue up Rosie O'Donnell?
No, I haven't gone through any more of it.
Okay. Rosie O'Donnell. Now, we all know that she's crazy. And this is going to be Fun with Audio. Now, in case you folks don't know, Fun with Audio is audio that I just found that I have not previewed yet. But this is Rosie O'Donnell. We in delay, right? All right. So this is Rosie O'Donnell, and she is talking about Trump.
When people say, I changed my mind, we have to say, welcome back to reality. Let's all be Americans together.
She says from Ireland.
Right? Because what's happening is not only happening to Democrats, it's happening to everyone. And when the Medicaid cuts go in, old people are going to start to die.
Here we go.
To die.
To die.
What he's done yet hasn't even hit us yet. Right. And if he's not stopped now, we have lost our country.
One of the things, and I'm going to let the rest of this play, because apparently she talks about her therapist in here.
Yeah.
One of the things that Hagerty said is, first thing we got to do is get out all the corruption and all of the waste and the fraud and the abuse. That's what we need to do first before we start talking about making it better, making it more affordable for the American people. And I'm sorry, but can I just be honest, which I always am, but the old people are going to die talking point is so lame, because the Democrats have been accusing Republicans of wanting to kill people, kill old people, going all the way back to Ronald Reagan. So it's dumb, because actually the Republicans are trying to make all of this better for the American people.
And I don't know, Nicole, how it is that some people cannot see it. My therapist said, why are you...
Her therapist said. I don't know. How much is Rosie O'Donnell worth? Because she needs to spend more money on therapists. That's my hot take of the day. That whatever she's spending, whatever Rosie O'Donnell is spending on therapists, she needs to quadruple it.
How is she worth $80 million?
Didn't she have an original take in The View?
Oh, a stake in The View?
She was stake in The View.
One of the original co-hosts.
Yeah. She may have been one of the producers. She may still. I have no idea.
Huh.
I have no idea.
So when you get into the producing aspect of films, I guess that's really where it really is.
Yeah.
And so, yeah.
I don't know. Anyway.
Cannot see it. My therapist said, why are you so upset? And I said to her, why are you not?
Yeah.
And the therapist said, I need to start charging overtime for this.
Yeah, I have that conversation too, because the gaslighting that I think.
Oh my God. So is Nicole Wallace and Rosie O'Donnell both admitting that they have to go to therapy?
I think that the left in general gets a lot of therapy.
Well, no, I think they need a lot of therapy.
Yeah.
All right, let's listen to this real quick.
You're alluding to, if you're a thoughtful, informed person, you do stop and say, well, maybe it is me.
It is you, Nicole. Just to let you know, it is you. Also, Jamal Bowman. So I know I teased this like an hour and a half ago, but things keep happening. Jamal Bowman, I think that somebody does, and I said this on the socials, somebody does need to do a wellness check on Jamal Bowman. We're going to talk about this straight ahead. It is 8:15 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Time to check the roads. As far as your weather goes, it's going to be a nice day today. Partly sunny, warm, high of 87. Going to feel like 88. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. We all remember Jamal Bowman, right? Jamal Bowman is the congressman. He was a former congressman now. He was out of New York. And he was soundly defeated during a primary because, quite frankly, Jamal Bowman is crazy. So I want to play this audio from Jamal Bowman. He is on CNN, and I guess I don't know. Is he a new panelist? Now this is the Brain Trust. This guy who claims, I forget why he even did this. The House of Representatives was getting ready to vote on something, and I forget what it was. And he was in such a state that he actually pulled the fire alarm to stop the voting. And then he had the audacity to try to convince people that he wasn't actually pulling the fire alarm. He thought that it was a doorknob. This guy who used to be, I guess, a principal or teacher or something, and he doesn't know the difference between a doorknob and a fire alarm. But, after hearing this audio, I thought, maybe Jamal Bowman is that stupid. So I want you to listen to what he says. Jamal Bowman, and, one of the only things that the Democrats are able to do these days, as you folks know, is race bait.
And the problem is we are not dealing with America's original sin and its disease of hate and racism towards black and brown people.
See what he's doing? So he is going to go back to and I'm air quoting here, the original sin. Because people like Jamal Bowman, they refuse to look past the original sin, even though in such a racist state that America is in, he was voted into Congress.
Well, and if we're being honest, if we're going to call something original sin, would it not be wiping out the Native Americans?
Sure.
Way to make it about yourself.
Well, with these Democrats,
yeah,
it is always about them.
And sexism towards women and anti-LGBTQ sentiment. We are not dealing with that. Your colleagues in the Republican Party do not hold each other accountable when it comes to the racism that comes from the party on a consistent basis.
Congressman, I mean, where are you on?
You can't be calm about this. I'm a black man in America. The reason why heart disease.
I'm white. I can't comment.
Listen to what I'm saying. The reason why heart disease and cancer and obesity and diabetes are bigger in the black community is because of the stress we carry from having to deal with being called the N-word directly or indirectly every day.
Did you hear what he said? So he said that the reason why you see more heart disease and I don't know what obesity and some of these other things, the reason why the black community, he says, is because they have all of these health problems is because they're being called the N-word directly or indirectly, which makes no sense whatsoever because...
How do you do it indirectly?
I think he's going to talk about policy. I think that he believes that Republican policies are indirectly calling black people the N-word. Is that what he's saying? I guess that's what he's saying. I mean, look, trying to make sense of Jamal Bowman and his nonsense, I don't know. That may be above my pay grade. Let's listen to this again. By the way, you got a white guy on the panel. I'm going to get to him in a second. But, you know, the white guy's like, okay, so I don't have the right to comment on this because I'm not a black man in America. I'm the guy that you're calling a racist. So obviously he does have the right to speak on this.
And cancer and obesity and diabetes are bigger in the black community is because of the stress we carry from having to deal with being called the N-word directly or indirectly every day. If your
crazy.
colleagues would listen and try to learn and engage and grow and stop being so hateful, we could have a better country.
Jamal. You know, it's so funny. Jamal Bowman is calling, Republicans hateful. Listen to him. He is accusing Republicans or white people, whatever, of causing cancer in the black community by directly or indirectly calling black people the N-word. Like, does that make any sense to anybody? I'm sorry, but number one, if you've got people that have health problems, black, white, red, green, or yellow, it is not because of language. It is because of the choices that that individual person has made. It is, you know what's so amazing? No wonder Jamal Bowman and people like him are so weak-kneed because they give so much power to other people. They give so much power to Republicans. Literally what he's saying is, I can't make healthy choices because I feel like these other people are racist. That's what he's saying. So I guess if you are, I want to make sure I got this right. So in other words, if you surround yourself with a whole bunch of people that are, I guess I'm just going to go with his thinking, that are black, like Jamal Bowman, then you can eat whatever you want. You can smoke whatever you want. You can make whatever choices you want in life. And it's all going to be fine because you're not surrounded by white people that can possibly, you can interpret what they're saying as being racist. Am I understanding that? I mean, do you see that there's no real sense? Like what he's saying, it's not rational.
Well, it's, math is also racist. Proper English is also racist. It's what it is.
Sam, you're giving black people cancer, according to Jamal Bowman. I think it's dumb. I think what he is saying is dumb. Here's more.
Unfortunately, we're still here.
Jamal, it's coming from one.
Jamal,
This is. I'm sorry, but I'm really excited about this because it's so funny. I want you to listen to how people start talking to him like he's a 4 or 5-year-old having a tantrum.
Jamal.
But unfortunately, we're still here.
Jamal, it's coming from one.
Jamal, I feel your passion, and I understand where you're coming from, sincerely. I really, really do. It happens on both sides, Jamal. You might think it happens more on your side. Jamal, when I leave the show, Jamal, you should see my Twitter feed.
And they're acquitted. Rodney King.
He's oh my God. He's going back to Rodney King. Would you like to talk about, I don't want to go down this road, but okay, do you want to talk about how many black people are killed by other black people, Jamal? You want to talk about that?
Or the fatherless epidemic in the black community?
That's an oldie but a goodie for me, my friend, because I've been talking about that for decades.
King, Abner Louima, Eric Gardner, Trayvon Martin, black cops in Memphis. It's not the same. And I don't want to qualify or quantify pain. That's not what I'm talking about. Everyone goes through pain. But the racism in this country is the disease that will destroy us.
Yeah, you know what? His racism. It is his racism that is destroying him. And when he's doing this whole thing, he's looking up at the heavens like he can't believe what he has to listen to by these other panelists on this panel that are white. He's got, he and Rosie O'Donnell and some of these other folks, man, they're just, I don't know. They just need to get some therapy or something because he is, and people like him, what they're trying to do is they're trying to absolve. I'm just going to talk about Jamal Bowman right now, just Jamal Bowman. What he's trying to do is he's trying to blame the racism in America for all of the ills of society, including people that are unhealthy. Racism is the cause of cancer in the black community.
Is it also the reason he pulled the fire alarm instead of the door handle?
That's exactly the.
It's probably racism.
That's exactly the reason why he did that, Sam. That is exactly the reason why Jamal Bowman did that. So I think, when I say y'all need to do people in Washington, D.C., you need to do a wellness check on Jamal Bowman because that man is not well. And it's obviously, clearly, according to him, about the racism. It is 8:24. And here's the other thing. I would never, in a million years, put so much power over my life in the hands of other people. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's like his entire life is defined by the actions of others. And that's his problem. His problem is that he is defining his worth and his life by the values of other people who he claims are racist. Why is he giving other people, and I'd ask this of anybody, why are you giving so much power to other people? Jamal Bowman, you need to define yourself with your own actions, your own thoughts, your own ideas, your own self-worth. Don't let other people who you believe are racist define you. There's racist people that are black, obviously. They'll come in all shapes and sizes and colors. He needs to figure out his own self-worth, which, quite frankly, listening to his words is probably pretty low. But that's on him. That's not on the rest of society. 8:25, and Joan, what's coming up in the news at 8:30?
Well, President Trump is on the ground at Quantico Marine Base, and we are waiting for him to take the stage now after Pete Hegseth's speech. Also, the death toll from last week's ICE facility attack in Dallas has just risen. All of that and more at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 8:26, Nashville's Morning News. Contours, listen. You call this phone number right now, 615-236-9960, and you get one of those belly buster specials from Contours for just $99. Now, if you're trying to, firm up, trim up for the holidays, you got friends and family coming in, you want to look your best, you want to feel your best, you want to feel more confident, they can help you at Contours with one of these belly buster specials to get you started. And right now, for the first 10 callers, $99. 615-236-9960. 615-236-9960 for my friends at Contours, taking advantage of Contours, their cutting edge red light technology. It is not only incredibly unique, but it is also effective. 615-236-9960. If you want to know more about it, go to their website. It is contoursllc.com. All you've got to lose is inches. Dan Mandis here, Mark Spain Real Estate. Friends, you can skip the hassles of a traditional home sale and sell your home quickly with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. There's no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Now, Mark Spain Real Estate is the #1 most reviewed real estate company in America. They've got over 13,000 five-star reviews. You can trust, my friends, to sell your home fast and for maximum profit. Now, this is why I always recommend Mark Spain Real Estate to my Nashville friends and family, because I know that they are going to sell your home hassle-free with a strong cash offer. Now, they've been helping homeowners sell their homes for nearly 30 years, and they've served over 72,000 satisfied clients. So this is a company that I trust. You got to check them out. It is markspain.com. Markspain.com. Call them. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. It is 855-299-SOLD. 855-299-SOLD. Markspain.com, and start packing.
Good morning. It is now 8:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. President Trump has taken the stage as the nation's generals and admirals are now assembled at the Marine Corps base at Quantico right now. They have been listening to Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, who told them, among other things, that there needs to be gender-neutral attire, that leadership needs to be apolitical, and that women no longer get special treatment anymore.
But when it comes to any job that requires physical power to perform in combat, those physical standards must be high and gender neutral. If women can make it, excellent. If not, it is what it is.
Hegseth also saying that as any leader, 1 star or above, that if anything that he said this morning makes their hearts sink, that they should consider resigning. We'll bring you the words of the president as we learn more here this morning. Other news of the day, there is another death to report after the ICE facility attack in Dallas last week. A second detainee who was shot by a gunman perched on a nearby roof has succumbed to his injuries. That man had been hospitalized since the shooting. There is one more detainee who remains in the hospital. The shooter died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. He had been aiming at ICE agents with bullets inscribed with anti-ICE messages. And breaking this morning, a 10-year-old boy has been shot in the head in Burns. Dixon County Sheriff's Office saying it happened about 1 o'clock in the morning. The boy is apparently alive, but the extent of his injuries is not known. Officials telling News 2 that the incident was believed to have been an accident. Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Some jitters here as stocks falling as the U.S. government shutdown looms. We've got the Dow Jones Industrials down just 24 points, however. The NASDAQ falling 32, and the S&P 500 index is minus 7 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 8:33, Nashville's Morning News. United Structural Systems, USS. Now, I've been telling you about these folks for years. This is a great company. They've done work for me at my home. As a matter of fact, I was a customer before I was an endorser. Now, they are experts in waterproofing, concrete leveling, and foundation repair. I'm one of 30,000 satisfied customers. Listen to this recent review on Google. Guy says United Structural Systems, they were highly professional. The crew was phenomenal from start to finish, and they treated his home as if they were working on their own. And he does give United Structural Systems 5 stars all the way. Now, they're not going to charge you for any unnecessary repairs, and you won't pay a dime until the work is done and you are a satisfied customer. Now, they can help you with basement and crawl space waterproofing, basement wall stabilization, and foundation repair. We guarantee our best. Call USS 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855, USSTN.com.
In Hermitage on 40 westbound at the Davidson-Wilson County line, there's a crash. It's blocking the left shoulder. If you're traveling I-440 westbound in Woodbine, watch for a crash at Nolansville Pike with the right shoulder block there. Franklin on 840 eastbound before Lewisburg Pike, that's a crash, and it's stop and go from Columbia Pike up to that spot. Antioch, eastbound side of 24, the off-ramp to northbound Hickory Hollow Parkway, partially blocked off by a crash. And in East Bank, 24 eastbound at Jefferson Street, that is the scene of a crash as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.838, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan, I think I got some breaking news here. The governor, Bill Lee, is endorsing Republican Matt Van Epps to replace former Congressman Mark Green in the U.S. House of Representatives. This just went up on Fox News. Green's retirement triggered a competitive special election with a staggering 19 candidates. Is there 19 candidates? Good Lord. 19 candidates, including 11 Republicans vying for the party's nomination. Van Epps secured Green's endorsement ahead of his last day representing Tennessee's 7th Congressional District in July. Here, and I'm trying to get Matt Van Epps to call in because I'd like to talk to him about this. You know, I'm really curious about, because, of course, he is a military veteran, is what he thinks about what is going on right now with Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump basically throwing it down with our military, basically saying, you know what we're going to do is we are going to have one set of standards of, men, women, everybody is going to be held to the same standards, and those are the standards of men. And Joan, if I'm missing anything, let me know. Also, if you are overweight, if you're an admiral or a general and you're overweight and you're not able to prove that you're fit, then you're fired. And President Trump said just a few moments ago, we played the audio, that if Trump's going to meet you and then if he doesn't like you, then he's going to fire you. Like on the spot is what Donald Trump said. So here's what the governor says about Matt Van Epps. My friend, this is a quote, my friend Matt Van Epps has my complete and total endorsement, and I look forward to calling him my congressman. Lee announced this morning, I'll be casting my vote for Matt, and I encourage all conservatives to join me in doing the same on October 7th. Van Epps telling Fox News Digital that he is deeply honored by Lee's endorsement, vowing to defend President Donald Trump's agenda in the House and be a strong conservative voice. Lee also saying in a statement, Van Epps is the conservative America First fighter we need representing Tennessee. Lee said in that statement, as a West Point graduate, decorated Special Operations Combat pilot, a current National Guardsman, and former member of my cabinet, Matt has the character and the courage to go to Washington, D.C. and fight for Tennesseans, so on and so forth. It's not real surprising because Van Epps, of course, was part of Governor Lee's administration. Oh, hey, there he is right there. So that's number one. Number two, Governor Lee, you've got the other three main candidates, right? So you got Van Epps, and then you've got some of the other candidates, and a lot of them were in the state legislature. Gino Bolso, Lee Reeves, Jody Barrett. They were all in the state legislature, and Matt Van Epps was not. And the governor hasn't always had the best of relationships with the state legislature. Matt Van Epps is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. Matt, congratulations, of course, getting Governor Lee's endorsement. That's got to be a big deal for you.
Hey, Dan, good morning. Great to be with you this morning. breaking news with you this morning, and it's great, and really excited about the governor's endorsement. He called me a conservative America First fighter that we need representing us in Tennessee, and that means a whole lot to me. He said that I'd stand fully with the president, bringing results-driven leadership to Congress to defend our conservative values and fight back against the liberal policies that threaten our way of life, and that's exactly what we're going to do. And I'm really excited about it.
Let me ask you, because I'm really curious as to, this comes on a day where you've got Pete Hegseth addressing top military leaders. Donald Trump is as well. And I'm sure you know what's going on. If you don't, Hegseth came out today. He said if you are an out-of-shape general or admiral, then there's going to be consequences to being out of shape. That's number one. Number two, President Trump has come out and said, if I don't like you, I'm going to meet the admirals and the generals. And if I don't like you, I'm going to fire you on the spot. And they're talking about the requirements for, know, men and women and so forth. And he wants there to be one requirement, that is for the men. So, I mean, what do you think of all that's going down with the military leaders today?
Yeah, well, Dan, as you know, I'm a West Point graduate, was an Army combat helicopter pilot, flew Apaches and then Chinooks in the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment, and still serving in the National Guard today as a lieutenant colonel, a deputy brigade commander at 30th Troop Command. Yep. And so our physical fitness, the Secretary of War is focused on war fighters and ensuring that we have the most lethal and capable organizations in the entire world to be able to take the fight to the enemy. And he's ensuring that we have the highest standards, and I think that's exactly right. We've got to be prepared to go to combat at any time, and we hope that doesn't happen. Peace through strength is absolutely right. The president is right to be executing peace through strength, but we've got to be ready to do that. And the president's the commander in chief, and the admirals and generals report to the president, and the president has drawn real clear standards and expectations, and that's what he's going to deliver on, and that's for the strength of our country and our armed forces.
Matt Van Epps is joining us. So real quickly, last question for me. You have been called the Tennessee Fauci in some of these commercials. So yeah. I want to get your take on all of this. I don't think you and I have spoken about this before. So you were the strategic planner with Tennessee's COVID-19 Unified Command Group. And I think basically what that means is you helped coordinate the state's response. But what is your response to being called the Tennessee Fauci?
Well, thanks, Dan. I really appreciate the question. That is, I don't use this term lightly or often, but that's total fake news. I was asked to volunteer to serve my state as a staffer on the Unified Command Group during a global pandemic when we didn't know the magnitude of the lethality of the virus. And I was a staffer on the team for the first 2 months of COVID. I'm so glad that President Trump and Operation Warp Speed never had a vaccine mandate. I'm so glad that Tennessee never had a vaccine mandate. I'm so glad that Tennessee never had a statewide mask mandate. And Tennessee pushed back hard against the vaccine mandate for our guardsmen, which is absolutely right. And if any guardsmen left, or anyone in our military, for that matter, left because of the vaccine requirements, and they should be able to come back with full benefits and being reinstated, and we should make that right. I think one final point too on this, Dan, is that Tennessee was the fastest recovering economy post-COVID, and that's important. And to be clear, I have never and will never support lockdowns, vaccine mandates, or liberal mask-up initiatives.
All right. That's all I've got. Matt Van Epps, I appreciate you joining us here on Super Talk 99.7. Congratulations on the endorsement from Governor Bill Lee, and good luck in the rest of the campaign.
Dan, thank you so much. Honored to be on with you again, and hope you have a wonderful day.
All right, you too. 846, Nashville's Morning News. Joan, did you get some good sound bites from Matt Van Epps for your newscast?
I did.
Good.
Nice job, Dan.
It's quick like that.
You got the scoop.
Fox News got the scoop, Joan.
Yeah, wow.
Here's a question I have.
Chris Hand is here. Hello, Chris.
Does a Governor Lee endorsement move the needle for conservatives?
I knew that was coming.
And if it doesn't, does it move the needle the opposite way?
Do you know what I think? I think for this audience, not necessarily. However, I do believe that Governor Lee is very popular amongst more the mainstream conservatives. You know what I'm talking about? Like, I think that some mainstream conservatives, do you think Governor Lee would win again?
No.
You don't think, if there was a third term, do you think he would win again? Joan, what do you think?
No.
Sam?
Also no.
All right. I don't know if he would either.
I have a hard time finding conservatives that have anything nice to say about Governor Lee.
Yeah.
And
he made some mistakes with those red flag laws.
Yes.
He made some mistakes with those red flag laws, and he's made some mistakes.
I would argue it's a red flag that he's endorsing Matt Van Epps. MAGA Matt.
MAGA Matt.
MAGA Matt.
MAGA Matt. We'll have to wait and see what happens.
It's interesting.
You were late.
I was.
I think it's a big red flag that you were late.
It was like Mario Kart out there. I'll be honest with you.
What?
It was like Mario Kart out there. So it's a racing video game with banana peels.
You don't know what Mario Kart is?
Features the characters from Super Mario Brothers.
I love being the only guy not in on the joke.
You've never you played
Mario.
N64, right?
Nintendo?
Yeah, Nintendo 64.
No.
Dan,
I mean, I may have, but I didn't play Mario.
I'm starting to think that the last video game you played was Pong with the old dials.
You can bite my britches, young man.
I feel like we need to hang out more just so I can catch you up to speed on some things.
This is what's happened in the last 30 years.
The last video game that I played. Okay, you know what? I probably shouldn't go down this road.
No, do it. You can't open that door.
Was it Atari?
It was a Sega Genesis.
It was Atari.
It was Atari.
It was Atari. It was. I was into Pac-Man, Space Invaders, Atari, Astro. Do you remember Adventure?
No.
Joan, do you remember Adventure when you had to look for the key with the dragons?
No.
So, Chris, what do you got coming up?
Well, today on the
done
show,
with all of you.
Now we call that Skyrim.
Today on the show, we're gonna talk about everything. Hegseth slamming fat generals, the peace plan that Trump dropped. We're gonna ask who violates the peace plan first. I feel like it's predetermined that someone's going to violate this peace plan.
Oh, sure.
It's just a matter of who and when. Plus, we'll have Josh Tefault. He's going to be in studio. He's a senior director for Turning Point USA. We're going to talk about where the organization goes next. He was one of Charlie's first hires. So he's been with the organization for over a decade. So we're going to talk to him as well.
Did you hear the audio with Jamal Bowman, where he is blaming obesity? I think it was obesity, cancer, other
heart disease
on the direct or indirect use of the N-word. How ridiculous is that? Did I make sense when I said, why are you putting so much power in the hands of other people?
100%.
I mean, okay, so I want to make sure. So Jamal Bowman, so other people allegedly, supposedly, using the N-word
every day
is making people shove cake in their mouths and, all that kind of stuff and making them obese. And so is that what's going on?
I guess so.
And I thought it was interesting, the cancer. Like when he said cancer, it's like, really?
It's cancer.
Cancer.
It's tumors.
Yeah. Well, so, I mean.
The N-word,
He goes on TV with a straight face and says this stuff.
Yeah, he does. And it doesn't make any, to me, it doesn't make any sense. To me, it's just silly because I think that what he's doing is he's giving the word more power than it deserves. Yeah. That's number one. Number two, and I said it during the monologue, you're giving other people way more power. You know what? Then, by his logic, you could be surrounded by people and you have never heard the N-word in your entire life. Then you can smoke, you can drink, you can eat all the bad food you want, and you'll never get sick.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense. And I love the people. I don't know if you heard the actual audio. The other people on the panel, and maybe you can play it. They're treating him like a 5-year-old who is in the middle of a tantrum. Jamal, I know you feel passionate about this.
Yep.
Like a 5-year-old having a tantrum.
Well, it's like what I say to my kids all the time. If your little brother knows you're going to fly off the handle when you say X, he's just going to say X more. You're letting him control you. Don't do that.
It's exactly. See, okay. It's like we're talking. It's like Jamal Bowman has the mentality of a 5-year-old.
Yeah.
And that's what it is. I surmised after that audio that I believe that he actually is dumb enough to think a fire alarm is a doorknob. Joan, I made Chris laugh.
Maybe he thought the alarm
Congrats.
had a racial slur on it and he was slapping it.
Oh, that could have been. Stop calling me that.
I'm not a fear alarme.
What? Of what?
Mispronunciation of fire alarm.
Oh, got it. Okay. All right, very good. All right, we're done. It is 8:52, Nashville's morning news. So because of the call with Van Epps, we ran because I had some other things.
MAGA Matt.
MAGA Matt? Sure. Rosie O'Donnell has now admitted that she has a therapist. Oh, did you see, real quick, around the room, did anybody see, because I was fascinated by this, the audio that went viral yesterday inside Gene Hackman's home?
No.
No?
Did you see that? So they did, and I've got very mixed feelings about this. So we all know that Gene Hackman died a few months ago.
Suspiciously.
So...
R.I.P. In peace.
Okay, so there's nothing suspicious about his death, I don't think. His wife died, and then he died. And so
Very suspicious.
Why? Are you trying to trigger me? I don't think there's anything suspicious about it. Anyway, so they released the body cam video of them discovering his body.
Why would you need to do that?
I don't know. And you know what? I felt bad because their house was like hoarder.
Really?
Yeah. Like the wife was. She died first. Remember, his wife died, and then he, of course, suffering from
dementia, right?
Dementia, thank you. I just had a dementia moment. What the hell is it called? Alzheimer's. And
Dementia Dan.
And so then then he obviously passed away.
Why would they need to release the video, though?
I don't know. That's the thing. Maybe because some people like Sam say it was suspicious.
Maybe,
Sam, it is that kind of mentality, which is why they felt the need to release the video. I think they said that people, I don't know, I guess have a right to know, but I mean, to me, it was an invasion of their privacy.
A little bit.
I felt weird watching the whole thing for 20 minutes.
Hoarders is a weird show. You ever watch that?
Yes.
It's gross.
I had a friend who was a hoarder.
Really?
Yeah. Newspapers stacked like to the ceiling.
I have a garage that is indicative of a hoarder.
Oh.
Do you?
I do. I don't know whose garage that is mine, that looks like it should be a hoarder's garage. But
it could be anybody's.
It could be anybody's. Anyway, it is 8:54. You know, we could get into hoarders tomorrow.
Let's do it.
Let's get into hoarders tomorrow. Can I get some audio, please, if I could? All right. I get in trouble if I don't play that, you know. 8:54, and Joan has the news coming up.
Yeah, so there has been a request for National Guard troops to be sent to Chicago. We'll get some reaction from the governor there. Also, this morning, just a week to go until the primary election, and as you may have heard, there's been an endorsement in that race. We've got more of that coming up here as well at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8:54, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk.
You laughing at?
I'm laughing at Chris. We're not going to tell you why I'm laughing at Chris, but I'm laughing at Chris. Dan Mandis here. How do I depend on Xfinity? Let me count the ways. I've got a lot riding on my rock-solid internet from Xfinity. Riker, of course, all of his homework and gaming. Amy working all day long from home. And, of course, yours truly, always prepping, always doing shows from my basement as well. All of that courtesy of my friends at Xfinity. Like a lot of my clients, I was a customer before I was an endorser. By the way, if something does go wrong, they can make it right with 24/7 customer service for whenever you need it. And with Riker in the house, he's 11. Feels like he's 11 going on 17, but he's 11. It is critical that we are able to check out exactly what he's watching. Now with Xfinity, you can check it out. You got to find them online, Xfinity.com. You can depend on these folks. Find them again online at Xfinity.com. You can stop into a store today or call them. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 1-800-XFINITY, 1-800-XFINITY. Dan Mandis here for the Wellness Institute of Nashville. Now, this is the place that helped me with my chronic back, neck, and knee pain. They've got a special going on right now. They're calling it the Big Daddy Trump Special. $12 for a comprehensive exam, x-rays if needed, well-explained diagnosis, and that first treatment. Only $12. at the Wellness Institute of Nashville. So if you've got back or neck pain, sciatica, slipped or bulging spinal discs, herniated discs, spinal stenosis, numbness or weakness in the arms and legs and fingers and toes, the Wellness Institute of Nashville, they can help you out. And that $12 is going to get you started. Remember, that gets you a comprehensive exam, x-rays if needed, well-explained diagnosis, and that first treatment. No surgery, no spinal injections, and no painkillers. Find them online today, painisbad.com. That is painisbad.com. They are experts in non-surgical spinal decompression. Call them, 615-246-5009, 615-246-5009, painisbad.com. Hey, Joan, I've got a reason to get up early on, was it Saturday or Sunday?
Saturday.
Chris is going to be on television on Saturday on Fox 17.
Is that right?
He's going to be on
Nashville in Focus with our boy Scott Couch. They always have a big panel discussion for about a half hour.
So you're a panelist?
I'm going to be one of the panelists.
Nice.
Yep. I've been studying tape.
You've been studying tape?
I've been studying tape.
You're looking to mix it up with some of the other. Now, are they all like conservatives or Republicans? What are they?
Usually it's a 50-50 split, but I think that you could make the argument that it's just about 100% Democrats sometimes.
Oh, really?
Ah,
Okay.
so you're going to be the Scott Jennings of your time.
That's what I'm going to try and do. I'm going to try and channel my inner Scott Jennings.
Now, don't play nice.
No.
Don't play nice. You go in there and you need to be the boulder in a calm lake.
This is the exact opposite advice my wife gave me. She said,
Oh, really?
she said, don't interrupt people, be respectful.
No,
I said, I can do all that. I
Go
have my
crack some
fingers
skulls
crossed.
together. Come on.
Be the boulder from Indiana Jones.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just be the boulder in the calm lake.
All right.
I'll give you my knife. You can slash some tires
All right,
on your
perfect.
way in.
Here's my question.
Yeah.
Do you want to be invited back? Yes or no?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, well, then
I
you
mean,
got to be.
listen,
Then you got to be polite.
Yeah, I'm
you
gonna be-
can't be the boulder in the lake that I need you to be, man.
I'm going to be polite, but I'm going to bring the hammer.
You know,
It's
Chris.
going to be a mostly peaceful hammer.
You know, Chris,
The
if you
velvet
were
hammer.
if you were real conservative, you'd go in there and take no prisoners.
I don't plan to take prisoners.
But he's going to smile while he does it.
Anyway, love it.
I'm
Love
going
it.
to
Love
be
it.
like
Love
one of the
it.
guards from the Green Mile. I'm going to be,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Cannot wait. Chris Hand. That's going to be Fox 17.
Saturday morning.
What time?
Nashville in Focus. I think it's 8 a.m.
Okay, good. Got to go. Bye.